to prevent people, like people who are entering late, please stay by the door, and they will be, please stand by the door. Do not enter, stay by the door. Please, delegates that are entering now, stay by the door. You will have the chance to sit after the summary of the day. Please do not allow people to get on the seats now. Well, welcome to the second day. The plenary is open. Perfect. So the first thing we will do in the morning is to go for the summary of the previous day. Talk.
Don't we send people?
And please stay by the door. Do not go to your places.
They should be organized.
Organizers, can you prevent people from going to their place?
Can I start? Okay. Good morning. Welcome to the second day of GA. And let's see what happened actually yesterday. So we had speakers intro, where you got to know the speakers of this GA. Then we had the presentation about the power of the plenary and what impact it has on BEST. Then we were presented the plenary rules for this General Assembly.
And your parents have any children that live?
Sir, yes, sir.
I bet they regret that. You're so ugly you can be a modern art masterpiece.
Then we got to know each other a bit better. Orfeas won. Sorry, Paco. We're still looking for Pavel's feelings. And we also, also got to know your tablet.
Hello, tablet. Hello, tablet.
Then we had the presentation from our secretary about how to vote. Okay. Then we had the introduction about commissions and how does it work. The Caraver presented their annual action report to the plenary. Then we had the financial report from the board presented by Emre, where we learned how exactly do we spend the money of BEST. Then we had the board commissions, and we also learned about the growth strategy and the services strategy for BEST for the following years. And then we started with the committee annual action reports presentations. First we had Tigro. Then we had a presentation from marketing, the PING committee. Then from ITC. And then we found out that nobody from BEST wants to host GA 2017. But I'm sure that after this GA, there will be LBGs who will apply. Then we had a presentation from Clemente about how external relations work in BEST. And then we had the presentations from our partner NGOs, and we had from AIGE, Bonding, and Esteem. And then we had the presentation from Clemente and the delegates from Bonding about the new cooperation agreement. Then Mariana presented the pineapple project. It's a sad little pineapple. Then we actually had a presentation from the Carnival about how does it feel to be in the board. So, also some more interesting news and some shower thoughts for the first day. So, as East versus West, we have East side, which is leading in the number of questions asked during the plenary in the first day. We had in the first day of delay of 241 hours per in total, if we count the delegates in the plenary, which actually means that this is the time the caravel could go to New York and come back. And this is just the first day, so keep that in mind. Okay, so what actually are we going to have today? What's the schedule? So after the presentation of summary of the day, we are going to nominations, where you will propose the 29th Board of Best. Then we will have the speech for the Tigro coordinator. Afterwards, a presentation from the board regarding the structure of BEST. And we begin with the second round of presentations from our partner NGOs. Then we have a coffee break. And afterwards, we start with the membership block, where Vitka is going to introduce us the membership system. And then we will go to to the block of suspend to excluded, where we have Reykjavik, Faro, and Trento. And then we'll have a presentation for the board about the target group. Afterwards, we will begin the second presentation of the annual action report of committees. So today we have Educo, EEC, and FinTeam. And afterwards, we have Let's Talk About Best session. Then we go to lunch, have a lovely meal from the organizers, and then come back to the presentation to see the board and financial commission outcomes. Also, there will be a presentation afterwards about the competitions working group and how exactly the transition will be to the department. And then we have a presentation from ITC about the new server infrastructure, a presentation about the local educational involvement from Educo, grants restriction from the board, and Ibec project 2016. After, we have a presentation about financial liabilities from the summary in the previous board. And then we go to presentations for proposal P13 and P14, killing nurses from RAE and IRE. Then we have a coffee break and an international rally at the same time. More explanations on how the international rally will proceed will be given later in the day. And then we have presentations from grants working group, JBTs, and the block of confirmations for the people who are nominated for the 29th Board of Best. And towards the end, we start the committee annual action report commissions, go to dinner, and then party tonight. That's all from my side. Thank you, and have a good day.
Okay, thank you very much, Tok. As Tok mentioned, yesterday we had a delay on 241 hours. Some of it I recognized, I accepted. It was from our side. We had technical issues, but there was also some part of the delay because people were late session. Right now we have some people on the session that were late. So since I know there are a lot of Game of Thrones fans, please take your seats while people are shaming you. There are also people over here who are to be shamed. Okay, perfect. For guys, the next time that when we're beginning a blog and that you are late, I would really appreciate that you stand by the door because otherwise you're disturbing the whole session and you will have the chance to take your seats when the next presentation begins. We will start with the the second session in the morning. It's going to be nominations. This session is the starting session for the selection of the next international board. The current international board already sent an email, starting and presenting the process for application for the next international board. I will just recap it shortly. We will have 2 rounds of nominations. One will happen this morning, and another one will happen tomorrow morning. There will be, in the evening today, there will be the first round of confirmations, and tomorrow there will be the second round of confirmations. After that, candidates for the international board have to upload their CV and motivation letter, and they will deliver a speech on the 5th plenary day, and then voting will happen on the 6th plenary day. Are there any questions about the procedure? Perfect. Then how the nominations round is going to work is that you will request 1 finger. You will be given the word. You will state name and LBG of this person. Something that you must, whenever you are nominating somebody, please ensure that if that person is not here, that you can contact that person. So in the evening, we can have an answer for the confirmation round. Okay? So make sure you have a way to reach that person. Perfect. If there are no questions, then the nominations round is open. So please, you can start. Okay, so 1 finger from Erlangen, and then another one from, 1 finger from Porto, and then another one from Erlangen. And I think there was... Yeah, we'll go position by position. So first, these are nominations for the president of the 29th International Board of Best. Okay, Erlangen Cat, then LBG Porto, and I remember there was another LBG over there. Okay, so let's go for LBG Porto.
Bonnie from Porto would like to nominate Adrien Merlier from Lyon for president.
Okay, we have 1 finger from the board.
Orfeas from the Caravel, I would like to nominate João Ramos Clemente for President of BEST.
Okay, perfect. Okay, we have 1 finger from Łódź.
Hello, Arcadia from Łódź. We want to nominate Mert from Tallinn for president.
Okay. Can you, yeah. There's 1 finger from KM. Can you please, ensure that we have established eye contact with you and that we can confirm that we got your finger?
Hello, Dennis from Cam Project. I would like to nominate Alessia as left boob.
Okay, we have 1 finger from St. Petersburg.
Xenia St. Petersburg. I would like to nominate Florian from Gothenburg.
We have one finger from LBG Turin.
Robin Hood candidate Simone Sortino.
From which LBG? Okay. We have one finger from the board.
Okay, Pavel from the board. I want to nominate Zoltan's mother.
Okay. We have one finger from PR department and then Madrid Carlos III.
Hello, Eylül from PR department. I would like to nominate Ramazan from Grants Working Group.
Okay. We'll go for Madrid Carlos III and then extra Evi.
Enrique from Madrid Carlos III. Nominate Kilian from Las Palmas.
Okay. Now we're going for extra Evi and then LBG Belgrade.
Extra heavy, I would like to nominate Talk from the speakers.
Okay, so now we have a finger from LBG Belgrade, and then we're going for extra Nagia. Can I have the other microphone going to extra Nagia? Thank you.
Milos from Belgrade. We would like to nominate Dobromir from Skopje.
Okay.
Extra-
I will.
Extra Naya would like to nominate Asa from Thessaloniki.
Okay. We'll have the next one finger from LBG Helsinki.
Tuukka LBG Helsinki, we would like to nominate Peter from Trondheim to president.
Do you have any other nomination? Okay. We have one finger from extra Francesca, and then another one finger from LVG Bestrom.
I want to nominate Amedeo from Turin.
Okay. Then we have one finger from LVG Łódź, and then no. We have one finger from Vesprem, and then from LVG Łódź.
Dinesh from Vesprem. I would like to nominate Porco Gatto from Rome.
Can you clarify the spelling?
Porco Gatto from Rome. Porco Gatto.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we have one finger from Łódź, and then LVG Liège.
Arcadio from Łódź. We would like to nominate Piotr Nawrocki from Warsaw.
Okay. We have one finger from LVG Liège, and then from Extra Esra.
Dimitri from Liège. I would like to nominate Jason Toscano from LBG Liège.
Can you repeat their name, please?
Jason Toscano from Liège. It's with an E, I, and double S.
J-E-I. Close enough.
Yeah. Okay. Just write Jason. It's okay.
Okay.
Extra, and I would like to nominate Emre from the Caravel.
Okay, we have now one finger from Extra Julia and then from LBG Podgorica.
Extra Julia, and I would like to nominate Jakub Vadas from Chimeras.
Okay, just to inform you, we have already consumed 10 minutes out of the 30 that we have for nominations, and we're still in the first position out of 7. So if you have any more nominations, right now we have one from LBG Podgorica and then from ITC. Please feel free to cut your fingers. You know, metaphorically. LBG Podgorica, then ITC.
Stanko from Podgorica. Would like to nominate Fergus from Uppsala.
Amato ITC would like to nominate Frank Underwood from Washington.
Okay. If there are no more nominations, okay, then 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Let's move to the next position. It's the treasure of best. We have one finger from LBG Ankara.
Metin Oktay from LBG Ankara. I want to nominate Ramazan from Grant Working Group.
Then we have one finger from marketing.
Hello, Penelope from marketing. I'd like to nominate Nadia from Athens.
Okay. The next finger we have is from competitions working group. It's cut. We have one finger from LBG Budapest, and then from LBG Warsaw.
Tibor from Budapest. I want to nominate Dora Szolcsányi from Budapest. And I have the name written if you need.
Yeah. Okay, LBG Warsaw and then LBG St. Petersburg.
Piotr from LBG Warsaw. I would like to nominate Mateusz Maniak from LBG Gdańsk.
Yeah. Perfect. Do you also need that written down? Okay, perfect. So LBG St. Petersburg.
Ksenia St. Petersburg. I would like to nominate Natasha from LBG Skopje.
Okay. Okay, we have one finger from LBG Barcelona.
Irene, Barcelona. Dobromir from Skopje.
We have one finger from LBG Ankara.
Deniz from Ankara. We would like to nominate LBG, Greek LBGs for treasure.
Okay, just make sure you can actually reach them. LBG Athens.
Penny from Athens. I would like to nominate Emre from the Caravel.
Okay. Okay, we have one finger from Porto and then one from the board.
Bunny from Porto, I would like to nominate the next FinTeam coordinator from every LBG to save some work.
Okay, we have one finger from the board.
Okay, I'm Paco from the board, and I would like to nominate Patri Diatsonu from the Aviators.
Okay. Good, we have one finger from the deputy speaker.
Hello, talk from the deputy speaker. I would like to nominate Ulla from the submarine.
Okay, we have one finger from FinTeam.
Constanza from FinTeam, I would like to nominate Olcay from Istanbul.
Okay. Okay. If there are no more nominations, then 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Let's go for the secretary position. Okay. Yes. Let's wait until we have written down your fingers. Okay. Let's go for LBG Brashov and then PR department.
Okay, Dragoș from Brashov. I nominate Denise from KM Project.
Okay, PR department cut. We have LBG Vienna and then extra Saxa.
Nemanja from LBG Vienna. I would like to nominate Pavel Schulz.
Okay, we have one finger from extra Sasha. No? Sasha?
Extra Saxa, I would like to nominate Chicken from Pavel's head.
Okay, we have one finger now from extra Julia and then from LBG Gothenburg.
Extra Jurka, and I would like to nominate Henrik from the Chimeras.
Okay, we have now LBG Gothenburg and then LBG Madrid. Can the delegate from Gothenburg please stand up? Okay, sorry. Then we have LBG Madrid and then extra Ezra.
I'm Maria, LBG Madrid, and I nominate Fiona from Graz.
Okay. We have now one finger from extra Ezra and then LBG Vinnytsia.
Extra Ezra, and I would like to nominate Ksenia from St. Petersburg.
Okay. We have one finger now from Vinnytsia and then the next one is from LBG Porto.
Ksenia from Vinnytsia, I want to nominate Veronica from Chisinau.
Okay. Now we have finger from LBG Porto and then LBG Brashov.
Bunny from Porto, I would like to nominate Jakub from Warsaw.
Brashov cut, so LBG Valladolid.
Jaime from West Valladolid, we would like to nominate Violeta Gomez from Valladolid.
Okay, we have finger from LBG Gliwice and then LBG Yildiz.
Patrycja, LBG Gliwice, we would like to nominate Monika from Wrocław.
Okay, we have one finger from LBG Yildiz.
Hello, Alihan from LBG Yıldız. I would like to nominate Esra from LBG Yıldız.
Okay. We have one finger from extra Zurita and then from LBG Belgrade.
Hello, Extra Zurita, I would like to nominate Jacobo.
Milos from Belgrade. We would like to nominate Milia from Belgrade.
Okay. We have one finger from LBG Guj.
Arcadia from Uch. We would like to nominate Yulia from Lvov.
From which LBG? Ah, okay. Sorry. Okay. There are no more nominations. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Let's go for the next position. That is the Vice President for HR. Okay, we have one finger from Educo, and then from LBG Supelec.
Ulash from Edico. I would like to nominate Ur from Sparta.
I'm Thelia from Supelec. I nominate Dilvin from LBG Erlangen.
Okay. Next one will be from LBG. Oh. Can you please repeat the name? LBG Supelec?
Dilvin. D-I-L-V-I-N.
Okay. The LBG? Erlangen. Okay. The next finger is from LBG Vesprem, and then we have from LBG St. Petersburg.
Denis from Vesprem. I would like to nominate Tibor from Budapest. Tibor from Budapest.
Xenia, St. Petersburg. I would like to nominate Ezra from Istanbul Yildiz.
Okay. Then we have fingers from LBG Barcelona, and then from Extra Francesca. Or here.
Irene from Barcelona. I would like to nominate Miquel Marquez from Lisbon.
Okay. Francesca is here, sorry. LBG, so we have a finger from Extra Francesca, and then from Tigro. That are
Francesca Rom Tor Vergata. I want to nominate Karim from LBG Rom Tor Vergata.
okay. The next finger is from Tigro, and then we have one finger from Extra Sasa.
Hello, Marina from Tigro. I would like to nominate Milica from LBG, from membership.
Extra Saxa, I would like to nominate Paco from the Caravel.
Okay. The next is from LBG Aveiro, and then the next one will be from LBG Thessaloniki. There's one finger from Tigro.
Okay, hello, Andrea from Aveiro. We would like to nominate Dobre from Skopje.
Okay. We'll go now from LBG Thessaloniki, and then the next one is EEC.
George from LBG Thessaloniki. I would like to nominate Orpheus from Thessaloniki.
Okay. We'll go now for EEC, and then for LBG St. Petersburg.
Angelina from EEC. I would very dearly want to nominate Orpheus' mother, Angeliki, from LBG Orpheus Mansion. Thank you.
Xenia, St. Petersburg. I would like to nominate Avi from LBG Thessaloniki.
Okay. Then we have one finger from Tigro, and one finger from Tigro. And the next one will be LBG Gliwice.
Both?
Okay, so we'll go now for LBG Gliwice, and then LBG Wrocław. Second microphone career, can you come to Wrocław?
Patrycja, LBG Gliwice. We would like to nominate Majka from Gdańsk.
Okay. We have one finger now from Wrocław, and then from the deputy.
Monika from Wrocław. I would like to nominate Michał from Łódź.
Okay. One finger from Tok. You have it there. Yeah. Okay. And then LBG Turin.
Tok, Deputy Speaker, I would like to nominate Havi's East Side.
Okay. We have one finger from LBG Turin and then from LBG Uppsala.
I'm Katerina from Turin. I would like to nominate Fergus from Uppsala.
Okay. Uppsala Kat, then LBG Hania.
Hello, I'm Aspa from LBG Hania, and I want to nominate Gabriel from Rome.
We have one finger from Extra Ania.
I'm Extra Anya. I would like to nominate Maike from Bonding.
Okay. There is one finger from LBG St. Petersburg.
Ksenia, St. Petersburg. I would like to nominate Saksa from LBG Moscow.
Okay, Orpheus from the board.
Orpheus from the board. I would like to nominate Oscar from the submarine.
Okay. We have one finger from LBG Liège. Yeah.
Dimitri from Liège. I would like to nominate Jorn from Brussels.
Could you repeat the name?
Jorn.
Okay. Which was the other LBG? Could you please don't remove your sign until we actually... Okay. The next finger is from Extra Ezra, but ensure that we or specifically Orpheus actually acknowledge that he got your finger because it's really hard to follow the whole plenary. Thank you. Extra Ezra?
Extra Ezra, and I would like to nominate PA from LBG LBG Lyon.
Okay. Okay, we have one finger from the board.
I'm Paco from the board. I would like to nominate Anka from the band.
From the Dolphins, maybe?
Dolphins?
Yes. Anka Folger from the Dolphins.
Yes,
thank you. One finger from LBG Uppsala.
I would like to nominate Ramsay Snow from House Bolton.
We have one finger from LBG Athens.
Penny, LBG Athens. I would like to nominate Angelina from EC.
Okay. So far, we have 3.5 minutes left for three positions. For sure, we're not going to cut it, but please keep this in mind, okay? Are there any more nominations for the VP for HR position? If not, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Let's go for the next position, the Vice President for Projects. Okay, the first finger is from LBG, from Extra Saxa, and then from LBG Erlangen.
At Raksasa, I would like to nominate Evi from LBG Thessaloniki.
Okay. Now we go for LBG Erlangen and then for LBG Ankara.
Devin from LBG Erlangen. I would like to nominate Emrecan from LBG Izmir.
Okay. We have now LBG Ankara and then LBG Izmir.
I'd like to nominate Yaya from Lyon.
Okay. We'll go now for LBG Izmir and then LBG Łódź.
Hussein from Izmir. We would like to nominate Amato from ITC.
Okay. We'll take a finger now from LBG Łódź and then from Tigro.
Arcadio from Łódź. We would like to nominate Marcin from Kraków.
Okay. We have Tigro now and then LBG Brasov.
Hello, Ace from Tigro. I would like to nominate Mladen Radovic from LBG Belgrade.
Okay. The next finger is from LBG Brasov.
Andrea from LBG Brasov. I would like to nominate Dragos from LBG Brasov.
Okay. The next finger is from Extra Virginia.
Extra Naya, I would like to nominate Violeta Gomez from Valladolid.
The next finger is from LBG Sofia.
Buriana from LBG Sofia. I would like to nominate Angelina from EC.
Okay. The next finger will be from ITC. And then from Extra Evi.
Amato ITC. I would like to nominate the Dark Side of the Force.
Which LBG? Okay, LBG Force. We'll go for Extra Evi.
Hey, Extra Heavy, I would like to nominate Paco from the Caravel.
Okay. We'll go now for LBG Porto. LBG Uppsala, could you actually show the sign of... Okay.
Bonnie from Porto, I would like to nominate Paco or Feos.
Okay. We'll go now for LBG Uppsala and then for LBG Moscow.
I would like to nominate the West twerking butt cheek of Javi.
Ivan, LBG Moscow. I would like to nominate Mateusz from Gdańsk.
Okay. We'll go for LBG Vesprem and then Extra Natasha.
Hello, Dinesh from Vesprem. I would like to nominate Andra from Budapest.
Hello. Extra Natasha, I would like to nominate Dobromir from Skopje.
Okay. We have one finger from PR department.
Hello, Eilur from PR department, and I would like to nominate Nuno from competitions working group.
Okay. If there are no more nominations, then 1, 2, 3. Perfect. We'll go now for the next position of the board. This is the Vice President for Services. Okay. The first finger is from LBG Łódź, and then LBG Uppsala.
Arcadia from Łódź. I would like to nominate Eilul from marketing.
Okay. We'll go for LBG Uppsala and then for marketing.
Fergus from Uppsala. I would like to nominate Florian from Gothenburg.
Okay.
Penelope from marketing, I would like to nominate Xaxa from LBG Moscow, Extra Xaxa.
Okay. We'll go now for Extra Saxa and then for LBG Isparta.
Extra Saxa, I would like to nominate Clemens Finger.
Okay. We have now Isparta and then LBG Ankara.
Hello, Ur from Sparta, and I would like to nominate Ulash from Educo.
Okay. We have now LBG Ankara and then LBG Vinnytsia.
Metin Oktay from LBG Ankara. I would like to nominate Nuno from Competitions Working Group.
Okay, we have now LBG Vinnytsia and then LBG St. Petersburg.
Ksenia from Vinnytsia, and I'd like to nominate Vlad from Zaporizhia.
Ksenia, St. Petersburg. I would like to nominate Adrian from LBG Lyon.
We have, okay, can you please repeat the name? Adrian, yeah. Okay, now we have LBG Athens and then Extra Nagia.
Penny, LBG Athens. I would like to nominate Extra Zurita.
Okay. Zurita. Then we have Extra Nagia and then Extra Yaya.
Extra Naya, I would like to nominate Mariana from the Caravel.
Okay. Yaya Cat. So, what is that? So we have one finger from KM and one from LB Gdansk. There's one finger from Uppsala and one finger from Uppsala. Okay. We have now KM. Sikat. Okay. Then LBG Gdansk.
Hello, I'm Mateusz from LBG Gdańsk, and I would like to nominate Patrycja from Gliwice.
Okay, now we're going for competitions working group, and then for LBG Uppsala. Competitions working group there.
Hello, Ulash from competitions working group. I would like to nominate Misha from design.
Okay. We have one finger from Uppsala, and then the next one will be from Extra Dino.
Fergus from Uppsala. I would like to nominate Extra Francesca Brusciotti from Ronto Vergata.
Okay. Extra Dino, and then we'll go for LBG Brashov.
Extra Dino. I'd like to nominate Pacobo from LBG McDonald's.
Okay. We have LBG Brashov and then Eduko.
Andrea from Brasov. I would like to nominate Dobromir from Skopje.
Okay. We have one finger now from Eduko and then from Extra Sasha. Sasha.
Ulash from Eduko. I would like to nominate Angelina from EC.
Okay. Extra Sasha.
Extra Sasha, I would like to nominate Ulash from Competitions Working Group.
Okay. We have one finger from LBG St. Petersburg.
Xenia St. Petersburg, I would like to nominate Ezra Istanbul Yildiz.
Okay. We have one finger from the board, and then from Competitions Working Group.
Mariana from the board. I would like to nominate Uyan from the submarine.
Ulash from competitions working group. I would like to nominate Pedro Cardozo from LBG Lisbon.
Okay. Any other nomination? If not, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. The last position we'll go for Vice President for Local Group Support. Okay. The first finger is from LBG Krakow, and then the next one from LBG Louvain-la-Neuve.
Hi, Chris from Krakow. I would like to nominate Julia from LBG Lviv.
Okay. Now LBG Louvain-la-Neuve and then LBG Gliwice. Okay, Gliwice Cat, so it's LBG Erlangen, sorry. So now LBG Louvain-la-Neuve and then LBG Erlangen. It was Łódź. Okay, then LBG Łódź, I'm sorry.
Arcadio from LBG Łódź. We would like to nominate Krakow from Gdańsk.
Okay. We have now LBG Erlangen and then LBG Iași.
So, Duigu from LBG Erlangen, I would nominate Yaya from Lyon.
Okay. We have now LBG Iași and then LBG Yildiz.
Hi, I'm Alex from Iași, and I'd like to nominate Henrik from the race.
Okay.
Alihan from LBG Yıldız. I would like to nominate Milika for membership.
Okay. We'll have now LBG Liège and then LBG Madrid. Please try to understand that it's quite a lot of people, quite crowded, so it's actually hard to see. You only have to show your sign and your finger rule until Orpheas acknowledge that. You don't have to keep it the whole time up, okay? So now we have LBG Liège, and then we have LBG Ankara.
So, Dimitri from Liège, I would like to nominate Anya from Ljubljana.
Okay. We have now Ankara, and then Extra Nadia.
Hello, Metin Oktay from LBG Ankara. I would like to nominate Esra from LBG Yıldız.
Okay. We have now Extra Nagia, and then Athens.
Extra Naya, I would like to nominate Sofia from Hania.
Okay. We have now LBG Athens, and then Extra Natasha.
Penny LBG Athens, I would like to nominate Dobromir from Skopje.
We have, it's actually quite useful, like for the second person who is mentioned to talk, if you stand up, if you just raise your hand so the microphone carriers can also see you. So we'll go now for Extra Natasha, and then from LBG Moscow.
I would nominate Constanza from LBG Lisbon.
Is it Mostar or Moscow? Okay. We'll go now for LBG Moscow, and then for Vesprem. Or, we don't know if it's Mostar or Moscow. Okay, it was LBG Mostar. Oh, sorry. Can I have a microphone for LBG Mostar? And then it's LBG Vesprem.
Vehida from Mostar. I would like to nominate Sylvie from Regional Advisors.
We have now one finger from LBG Vesprem, and then from Rom Tor Vergata. Okay, it was cast Vesprem, so now Rom Tor Vergata, and then Educo.
Carmen, Rom Tor Vergata. I'd like to nominate LBG Faro.
Okay. We have now Educo, and then LBG St. Petersburg.
Ulash from Mexico, I would like to nominate Ulash from CVG.
Ksenia, St. Petersburg. I would like to nominate Fergus from LBG Uppsala.
Okay. We have now LBG Warsaw, and then LBG Hania.
Piotr from Warsaw would like to nominate Vadas from the Chimeras.
Okay. We have now LBG Hania, and then Extra Saxa.
Stelios from LBG Hania. I would like to nominate Ace from LBG Thessaloniki.
Okay. Then we have Extra Ania, and then Competitions Working Group.
Extra Anya, I would like to nominate Mariana Swimming Hat.
Okay. Then we'll go for Competitions Working Group, and then PR Department.
Ulash from Competitions Working Group. I would like to nominate Extra Jakub.
Can you repeat, please?
I would like to nominate Extra Jakub.
Okay.
Nominated.
We'll go for PR Department now, and
Hello,
then...
Eylül from PR Department. I would like to nominate Chris from LBG Sofia.
Okay, for the next time, please let me finish my sentence. What's this? Okay, Julka? Okay, we'll have now one finger from Extra Julia, and then from LVG Vienna.
Extra Julia, and I want to nominate Pedro from EEC.
Okay. We have now LVG Vienna, and then LVG Turin.
Hello, Barbara from Vienna. I would like to nominate Bonnie from Porto.
Okay, we have now LVG Turin and then LVG Madrid.
I would like to nominate Lars from LBG Ghent.
Okay, I would just like to recap. Right now we have 12 nominations. We're already 12 minutes above schedule. This is important, so we will not cut it, but please be sensible when you're nominating people, okay? We will now go for LBG Madrid, and then LBG Isparta. Well, OBG, okay, Isparta cut. Then it's Madrid, and then knowledge management.
So, Maria, LBG Madrid, we would like to nominate Henrik from Quimeras.
Okay, so we have now knowledge management, and then LBG Istanbul.
Dennis from knowledge management, I would like to nominate Extra Ramazan.
Okay. Before you speak, LBG Istanbul, do you have 2 one fingers, or is the same finger? Can you answer with the microphone?
The same.
It's the same finger, okay. So we'll go for LBG Istanbul, and then competitions working group.
Okay, Hussein from Istanbul. I would like to nominate Nicola from X-rays.
Okay. We have 1 finger from competitions working group, and then from LBG Vesprem.
Okay, Nunu from competitions working group. I would like to nominate Extra Francesca from Rom Dorveata.
Okay, we'll go for LBG Vesprem, and then 1 finger from the board.
Dinesh from Vesprem. I would like to nominate Anakim from LBG Tatooine.
Okay, we have 1 finger from the board, and then LBG Porto.
Pavel from the board. I want to nominate Vitka from the board.
Okay, we have 1 finger from LBG Porto.
Bunny from Porto, I would like to nominate Raxmi from LBG Insta.
Raxmi, R-A-K-S-M-I. If there are no more nominations, okay. We have 1 from design department. Please stand up when you are about to receive the microphone, so the microphone carriers can see
Hey,
you.
Misha, design department, and I'd like to nominate Xaxa from LBG Moscow.
Okay. 1 finger from LBG Riga.
Yeah, I'm from Riga. I want to nominate Ivaras from Kaunas.
Elaras.
Ivaras.
It's Ivaras. Yeah, cool.
Okay. There are any more nominations? 1, 2, 3. Well, let's have a big round of applause for the people who were nominated, and especially for our microphone carriers who did quite a good job. You're going to have a welcome word? Okay. So, the next session is the Tigro coordinator speech. We'll have first an introduction from Orpheus from the Caravel.
Hello, everyone. For those of you who are in GA, you might remember ratifying another Tigro coordinator. However, during the year, there was a proposal from the full members to dismiss the previous coordinator, and according to the regulations, a new call was sent, and Ace from Thessaloniki ran for the position and got elected by the full members. According again to the regulations, the new committee coordinator has to be approved to the next general meeting, which is GA Tallinn. So now I would like to invite Ace from Thessaloniki to deliver his speech. Good luck, Ace.
Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Dimitris Karanassos from LBG Thessaloniki, aka ACE, and here in GA Tallinn, I'm looking forward for your trust in order to finish the mandate as Tigro coordinator. As you might know, this event is mostly about dreaming, though I would like to share my best story with you and how I came here to this day and I'm asking for your trust. So it was something like 5 years ago when I joined LBG Thessaloniki, and it was this random chica. She was 2 months in best and 2 months as a boardie, so you can imagine how it was. And she took me under her wings, and she was like, yeah, YOLO, you should go to NRM and be LBG delegate. There, I met a trainer, Stefan Vintila, who later became Tigro coordinator. And that's where I caught this germ called craziness for training. So I started, then I was really active in my LBG, and it was the first time that I applied for TRAP. Unfortunately, back then, but fortunately with my experience now, I wasn't accepted in TRAP, so I became president of LBG Thessaloniki. Later on, some personal stuff happened. I had to be not so active in BEST for at least 1 year. And then that's when that chica that I was mentioning appeared again. And she said, yeah, you remember you were saying that you wanted to become a trainer, and I think this is your time. Then I applied again. And then I had to go to St. Petersburg with my dear wizards and to become a trainer. That's when everything and all the magic happened for me. Because I went straight into Tigro. I couldn't be as active as I wanted because personal stuff couldn't allow me to be as active as I wanted. But that chica from LBG Thessaloniki appeared once again, and she said, yeah, you know what, the call for the management is open, you should go there. And I said, yeah, but which position? Well, you were always interested in HR, but you never had the chance to do so. So I ran for Trainers Community Supervisor. I was part of the TEACH. TEACH is Trainers Interested in Training Supervision. That's the name of our management. And we started our mandate with flying colors. As Orpheus mentioned, we had some unfortunate events. So as slowly we were going deeper and deeper in our working time, that's more and more how we realized as management that we needed to help our committee because we were staying behind. We could see other committees being more active, but we were staying behind. The more involved we were getting, the more we saw that we needed each other the most. So around January, we had the unfortunate event of not having a Tigro coordinator, and that's when it hit me, that no matter what you do in BEST, everything comes to the people. And that's when my people needed me, my Tigers, my committee. And I took the step up in order to help them. I think that during the past 4 months, it has been quite intense for all of us, the management, the Tigers, for you, the LBGs. But I think that we managed to do a good job. As you can see, my voice is trembling a bit because I realized just yesterday that it wasn't that we tried to manage the stuff that at the time that we lost, but we actually managed to do a good job after all. I would like to end my speech now, but instead of just thank you for your time, I want to start thanking a lot of people. I will start with that chica, Angelina, thank you. You were a real inspiration throughout my whole best life. I want to thank my LBG for their support straight from the beginning. I want to thank Orpheus for his support throughout this whole difficult year and for his friendship. I want to thank Harry as my mentor in Tigro and Trainers community. And of course, I want to thank my dear management, Marina, Mladen, my two hot teach. And the international management, guys, straight from the beginning, you showed your support and you took me in as part of the team. But most of all, I would like all the LBGs who, since the very beginning, helped me start with little steps and going to events, meeting people from those LBGs, and step by step helped me develop. And to this day, to reach here, the plenary, trying to support my work, trying to support my committee. So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dimitris. Now I believe the parades will be carrying microphones. This is time for questions for the candidate to become next Tigro coordinator, Ace. Okay, there is one question from Tigro. Okay, let's not start with Tigro because I think this actually belongs more to LBGs. Start with LBG Aachen and then we'll go for Tigro.
Miriam from Aachen. I want to ask, what's your time availability for the next year and how could you prevent what happened before?
Thank you for your question. For the rest of the year, you mean? For the rest of the mandate? Ah, cool. So until the end of the mandate, the only thing that I have is my exams during June. But by then, hopefully, as we have planned it, everything will be ready. And how to avoid what happened, to be honest, I'm not sure what was the reasoning behind losing our coordinator to begin with. Because at some point we just lost communication and I'm not sure what was the reasoning behind it.
Yeah. Is there another question? Okay. Okay. Can I have first a clarification from the board?
Orpheus from the Caravel. Maybe I was not clear in my introduction speech. Ace has been already Tigro coordinator from January, and according to the regulations, we now have to, the LBGs need to ratify him to continue his mandate until the 30th of June of 2016. So for an extra 2-3 months. He will not be Tigro coordinator next year, or it has not been decided yet. That's it.
Okay. LB Aachen. Okay. Did you cut? Then let's go for Tigro.
Okay, Marina from Tigro. Actually, I don't have a question. I would like to use this opportunity to make a statement, which now we can do, yeah?
You may.
Thank you, Javier. So the first couple of months of our mandate were quite difficult, and to be honest, we were not just a bit behind; we were a lot behind with everything that we did. And once we had our coordinator resigning, if it was not before Ace, who actually stepped out, we would not have all those training shops that we attended. We would not have any trap. Actually, training system in BEST would be quite jeopardized. And therefore, in the name of the entire Tigro, and moreover, in the name of two hot tits, so me and Mladen, we would really like to thank you for everything that you did, and to say that you have the full support of me, Mladen, and all of the Tigers who are watching live stream. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? We have one question from Trondheim.
It's Kule from Trondheim. My question to you is, which best advice would you give to the next Tigro coordinator?
Thank you for your question. To be honest, I've been thinking about this because now the call for the committee, for the department coordinator, sorry, for the department coordinators is out. And actually, it's what I mentioned in my speech at some point, that no matter what happens, it's everything about the people. Because no matter to where you go, how many places you see, what you will remember, for example, from this GA is not the place, is not some accommodation stuff if we had 300 hours of delays. But what you will remember is that person that you were talking over a beer, the other person that you were trying to inspire each other, that chica that was hitting on you. So what I would say is to focus on the people and his team and try to make everything in order to make it work for them and not to make it work in general. Thank you.
Okay. If there are no more questions or statements, then thank you very much, Ace, for your determination to run to become the next coordinator of Tigro. Good luck. Good. We will now proceed to the next presentation on structure by Orpheus from the Caravel.
Hello, everyone. In this presentation, we're going to talk a bit about structure, about all the work that has been done during the year, and what is going to change from now on. Let's start with an introduction. What changes from the 1st of July in BEST? In a few words, while committees become departments, we will no longer have committees. The work of developing the organization will not happen inside of the committees, but instead will be done through projects. So we will have the departments, and then we will also have projects that are aimed at developing the organization. Most of the projects will be open, which means that members from any LBG can apply to join them, regardless of whether they belong to a department already or not. And we have the introduction of the international HR team. The international HR team is what will replace the coordinators team. All of this was approved in GA'16 1 year ago, and is being defined in the document Structure Transition Plan, where you can also find in the slide the official number. So let's talk about departments and what has been done. One part of the work was to define the members of the department, to figure out what members we want and how we can get there. So to do so, all the committees and the teams that are to become departments, which means competitions working group, membership team, grants working group, they established their membership profiles. What are those? Membership profiles are a list of tasks that need to be taken care of by the department. And afterwards, these were used to figure out what kind of people we need inside of the departments. Consequently, it was important to adapt the size of the committees to become departments, as departments are smaller teams that contain more experienced members. And to do so, all committees stopped recruiting from the 1st of January, and the other teams also stopped recruiting. We're currently in the process, but the process is finishing. And these new members are the ones that will be voting on the new coordinator of the department and the internal regulations of the department. Another aspect of the work was related to the working methods of the department, and for that, the internal regulations of all the teams were created and are now in the process of being approved. And these are the rules that will be specifying how the department will work. The statements of purpose of all the teams were revised, evaluated, I would say, and then some of them changed their statements of purpose. Some of those changes were already approved in the VIP round that was before GA, and there will also be a VIP round after GA for the ones that want to change something and didn't have the chance to do before. The election of coordinators has shifted in time. The calls were sent before during February. Now the calls are active at the moment, and the deadline to apply as department coordinator is after GA. So if the Hunger Games for the board didn't work, you can always go for a department. And then the representation at regional meetings and general meetings was discussed and decided. As now we will move from 6 teams to 10 teams. It becomes more tricky to have 10 representatives at all events. So this was already decided. We have some specific cases for the departments. Marketing is splitting from 1 body to 2, PR and design. And this split was taken care of from the beginning of the year, and now everything is in place. EEC was taking care of competitions and Vivaldi events. Competitions, however, were taken out of EEC, and a new body called Competitions Working Group was created. You'll hear more about it later. And we also had the creation of membership team, a team that is there to support LBGs, which you also hear from. Regarding projects, we evaluated the project categories that were defined in GA Hanya in the document. The 3 types of projects: department projects, strategic projects, and ad hoc projects. The difference in which is the first is under the department, the rest are supervised by the board because they're combining the work of multiple departments. Then all the work that was being done inside of committees or bodies was mapped into projects to match the new style of working. And some of them were also open for anyone to join. Finally, we worked on project reporting, how all these projects are going to be reported. And the way that this will happen is through PA in a template of a wiki page where anyone can see the status, the goals, and the timeline of the projects. As mentioned before, we also have the introduction of the international HR team. We started by creating the first team that was composed from all the people that were, all the coordinators of all the teams that were to become departments. We defined the responsibilities. This is also finishing, it's not completely done, it needs to be finalized. And we also have the International Projects Platform, as mentioned by ITC, the tool that any bestie can use to see what are the projects that are currently open and what is the work that is being done currently from the international teams. All these changes in the organization need also to be reflected in the international board. So this is why we changed the position of the international board. From July, we had the new position, the Vice President for Human Resources. And during PM, we approved the change from Vice President of Internal Support and Vice President of External Services. We moved to Vice President for Projects and Vice President for Services to ensure that all the projects in the organization are properly supervised. Finally, we had some changes in the regulation. We changed the department regulations to make sure that they properly reflect the working methods that will happen starting the 1st of July. And we also had some adaptations to the internal regulations and the financial rule package to remove the references to committees, as they will not be bodies of BEST anymore from the 1st of July. Changes also happened in the internal events of BEST. We have the introduction of a new event, the Summer IPF, that will replace the committee meetings in the summer. We have the introduction of the Human Resources meeting, that will happen once in the summer, once in the winter. And it will be where the international HR team will meet and evaluate the status of the organization and set the timeline for the actions of the next year, of the next part of the year. And since we're moving more towards this project-based approach, we are moving more towards events that comply with this point of view. So instead of having committee meetings, we will have more projects, for more events for specific projects. Sims, workshops to work on these projects. Do you have any questions?
Okay. We have one question from LBG Warsaw, and then LBG St. Petersburg.
Hi, Piotr from LBG Warsaw. You have mentioned that you discussed the matter of department delegates attending ARAMs. So what was the outcome? Should they do it or not?
Yes, it's slightly different because having a content team of 10 department representatives would not be making a lot of sense for the original meeting. So the idea is to find a way to combine both variety so that each region doesn't get the same representatives all the time, and also assessing the needs of the region to figure out what representation we want more. So we will have a smaller content team. We will not have 10 representatives. We will have a smaller amount, and this will be done according to the needs of the region, and also making sure that we have variety. Welcome.
Let's go now for. Oh, okay. We have a reply from the board.
Regarding RMs in the new structure, I would suggest you to read a very detailed report from IPF Moscow when we were discussing how to make this process as smooth as possible. To complement on what Orfea said, we are trying to make representatives of departments being represented equally. So actually 5 representatives of 5 departments will be represented at one round of RMs. In one region, let's say, and another 5 representatives in another round. But not to go that much into details, check the report. It's really, really detailed and explained.
Okay. We have a question from LBG Kat. If there are no more questions or statements, let's continue. Thank you, Wafas. Perfect. We will go now for the next block on NGOs. First, there will be a short introduction from Marilyn. So, Marilyn, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. So, okay, yesterday you heard about 3 of our official partners. Today there's a bit more variety and you will hear even the people who have heard these things before. There's some more new info for you, so can CFES, NASC and Ibec join me here in the center? So out of the 3 people presenting to you, there are organizations right now. CFES is our official partner, and we have a cooperation agreement with them for quite some time already. But NASC and Ibec are here for the first time in years at least. NASC for the very first time for sure. So pay attention to what they are telling you and try to, again, find something to later ask them, approach them at parties. They're a fun bunch, and there's a lot to learn from the NGOs. Okay? So, who is first?
The first one will be Yuli from CFES.
Okay. Hi, everyone.
If you haven't gotten the chance to meet me yet, my name's Julie. I'm from Canada, and I'm representing the Canadian Federation of Engineering Students, or CFES. I'm currently the president. Oh, am I supposed to have a clicker? So here's an alternative title to my presentation. Why is a Canadian at Best GA? Well, CFES is actually a partner organization of BEST. You can consider us kind of like a Canadian version of BEST. And because of that, I get invited to your events, and that's why I'm here at Best GA today. It's really great to be here and be sort of inspired by the discussions and the topics and the ideas that you guys have. And hopefully I'm able to bring some perspective from across the pond as well, and aid in some of your discussions. So, a bit about CFES. We have members that are the actual universities. So we have 50 member schools across Canada, and that encompasses about 74,000 students across Canada. In our mission, we have three main components, the first of which is to provide service. And by service, what we mean is mainly through conferences. The second is to facilitate the exchange of ideas amongst our members, most often in sharing best practices as to how these universities and their engineering societies can provide more for their students. And the final one is representation. As a national organization, we can kind of unify all the voices of undergraduate Canadian engineering students and represent them at a national and an international level. So, a bit about our structure. Our members are our highest authority. They're the people who have the seats at the plenary table. And our members are, as I mentioned, engineering societies. These societies exist at universities regardless of whether or not they're a part of CFES. Each of these societies elects their own kind of local board equivalent. So they'll have a president, and they'll often have a VP external, and those will be the people sitting at the table and voting on different issues. We have a board of directors. It's made up of 4 regional ambassadors from across Canada, 2 national councillors who serve as our institutional memory, so kind of old people who know what's going on, and the president also sits on it, so myself. The 3 vice presidents also sit on the board of directors as ex officio members to provide sort of context on what's going on. Out of the 3 vice presidents, we have a vice president academic. The Canadian engineering curriculum is regulated nationally, and so we have actually someone who sits on the accreditation board and is an observer, so keeps a tab on everything that's changing with our curriculum. We also have services that oversees our conferences and finance and administration. 5 commissioners. The most interesting is the official languages commissioner. Canada is completely bilingual, which means everything we do is in English and French. One of the biggest issues we have, though, is that Canada is really big. So it's really hard to get everyone together in the same room often. So, as I mentioned, we have 4 regions. In green, we have West. In purple, we have Ontario. In pink, we have Quebec. And in turquoise, we have Atlantic. Each of these regions has their own regional association, and it's great because they can organize their own local events and host their own local conferences and get together more often than CFES can. Now, on to our activities. That's what we call our conferences. Our equivalent of the General Assembly is Congress, which is a week-long flagship event, 150 to 200 delegates, 4 days of sessions, 2 days of plenary, and we get representatives from our partner organizations, industry representatives, as well as representatives from Engineers Canada. Our Conference on Diversity in Engineering, formerly known as the National Conference on Women in Engineering, is another one of our really popular conferences and has discussions, workshops, and sessions about inclusivity and diversity. We also have the Canadian Engineering Competition, which is what Ibec is based on. So it is a 5-day competition from winners of university and regional competitions. They go on, there are 7 categories and 8 teams in total that compete. Finally, we have one certification course called Lean Six Sigma. It's a professional certification, and it's all about operational efficiency, so particularly interesting for industrial engineers. So the last time we facilitated the International Engineering Competition, the competitors were CEC and Ibec winners, and it was September 2013 in Calgary. They had a giant budget, and it ran very, very well, but unfortunately, it's been delayed 3 years in a row, and it's one of our goals to get it off the ground this year through collaboration with the different organizations across the world. So in terms of other ways we've interacted, often we exchange representatives. We really want to see the International Engineering Competition get off the ground, and that's one of my biggest goals for the year. Well, thanks for having me here. I've felt very welcome, and you guys are all awesome.
Thank you very much, Julie. Any questions for CFES? Okay, we have one question from LBG St. Petersburg, and then LBG Yildiz.
Ksenia, St. Petersburg, I have just a little question about your regions. How are they divided? Are they changing, like, for example, like in 4 years or something like this?
So unfortunately, I don't have the map where you can see the distribution, but there are a whole cluster of universities in Ontario, a whole cluster of universities in Quebec. Those ones are kind of easy. The Atlantic schools also are all in a cluster on the very side, and then the West schools all just go to a certain point in the Western region. So it's a little bit based on the numbers of how they're spread out throughout the country, and they sort of form naturally, and I don't think the regions have changed in a very, very long time.
Okay, thank you. One question from Yildiz.
Alihan from Istanbul Yıldız. I want to ask about your target group. You are only executive engineers or technology students?
So our target group is undergraduate engineering students because our members are engineering societies. And what that means is the people who elect those societies are all only undergraduate engineering students at the universities across Canada. So short answer, engineers only.
Okay. If there are no more questions, thank you very much, Julie, for your presentation and for representing CFES. Okay, the next presentation will be by Ibec from Gosha.
Hello, everybody. I'm Gosha, and I'm here to present you Ibec. And what is Ibec? Because mostly all of you don't know what it is. So basically, when you see our mission, it's really, really similar to BEST's. The only thing that, let's say, that it's diverse is that we are focusing on the electrical engineering and computer science students. And so, yes. We have around 50 commitments in almost 30 countries, and the number of members is estimated around 4,000, but it depends on the definition of member. It may go even to 7,000 members. About our local activities, we are known locally from many job fairs, soft skills academies, conferences, and competitions. International activities are congresses, twice a year. This month we had 130th Congress in Belgrade. Yeah, thank you Belgrade for having us. Many operational events about design, IT, grants, leadership, management, and so on. And regular workshops, exchanges, and international motivational weekends. About the competition, you can think of ECA, Ibec competition for Android, as of our version of your Ibec. For 5 years right now, we were focusing on the Android and mobile solutions, but in the future, we want to extend the target for engineering competition in general. This year, we've been able to reach the whole globe. Okay, this is the circle on the right. this is cut it here. And we managed to got around 200 teams. Okay, what do we offer besides obvious, like professionals opportunities? For me, Ibec is the best combination of fun, traveling, and meeting amazing people and establishing friendships for life. So that's why I love this organization so much. Over here, you can see 5 beautiful people, our boardies, at the end of their mandate right now. They sent me here to present you our organization, to talk with you about Ibec and to get to know you better. Unofficially, I'm called like mother of International Board of Ibec. If you'd like to know why, approach me in a break because the story involves lots of alcohol, toast at 4 a.m. and a sea of soplica. So I think that you will find the story funny. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Are there any questions for Gosia from Ibec? Okay, we have one question from Madrid Carlos III.
Enrique, Madrid Carlos III. When do you start to organize the Android competition and how do you start to do it?
This was our fifth edition. Usually it starts around summer when the coordinators are chosen. Then the official announcement this year was made on our autumn congress in November, and the finals were in Belgrade 2 weeks ago. This year the schedule was kind of tight, but I'm planning, as a mentor of the competition, I'm planning to extend not only the target but also a timeline to make it open for the participants for the whole year. So from autumn to autumn, we are planning to do so like this.
Thank you.
Okay. Then the next question will be from LBG Turin, and then from Competitions Working Group. So first Turin, then Competitions Working Group.
Hi, I'm Amedeo from LBG Turin. My question is, do you have a strategic growth plan for your organization?
We have a strategic plan for the whole organization, but yes, it involves the growth aspect as well. Do you want me to elaborate more about? Okay, so I think that mainly right now we are focusing on implementing regions, as mostly all of the NGOs here present are having. And we really want to strengthen the northern regions because those are this is our weakest area, weakest spot. So I really hope to talk with the organizers and the board about your northern regions because it's amazing to see that you have a congress in Tallinn, which we had fortunately terminate like half a year ago.
Okay, the next question will be from Competitions Working Group and then LBG Belgrade.
Okay, hey there, Gosia. Thank you for your presentation. Regarding competition, can you please explain us a bit how are you able to make an online competition? What kind of structure do you have to support that?
Okay, so this competition has started as an idea of creating engineering competition, but for the 5 years somehow the idea got lost, and we stuck with Android itself for quite a long time. About the online version of the competition, we have our own platform. We set rules how to send it. We have online seminars to help the participant with the implementation process. We have jury that are evaluating all of this, and the finals are held by the Congress Organizing Committee without the winners, unfortunately. But lately I've noticed that Ibec, as an electrical engineering organization, has plenty of local activities, technical activities. That is why, comparing this with your Ibec, we are trying to mix it, like use those local activities to create something with maybe levels even like you do.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from LBG Belgrade.
Hi, Milos from Belgrade. Okay, could you explain more the concept of, I thought I read Soft Skills Academy?
Soft Skills Academy is our proud, we could say. Last year, let's start differently. Okay, lots of our local committees, your versions of LBGs, had this annual Soft Skills Academies done by themselves in different versions. They found a way how this thing is working for them the best. And then last year, the board decided to gather them under the mother project, which is Soft Skills Academy. And right now, every local Soft Skills Academy has as a partner the international project. It's basically few days, it could be 3, it could be 1 week long event with workshops and lectures about soft skills like management, leadership, negotiations, persuasion, whatever you want, whatever the organizers will find suitable for their local students.
Is it for external or internal?
It depends. For example, in Krakow, it's open for people up to 27 or 30 years old, open for all the citizens of Krakow.
Okay. The next question is from LBG Yildiz.
Alihan from LBG Yıldız. Are you planning to increase your cooperation with BEST in following years? If yes, what is your plans?
Yes, of course, that is why I'm here. I cannot tell about details because those guys are responsible for that. But I think that after that week, when we get to know each other better, we can talk in details. I'm not sure right now yet how it's going to look like.
Okay. If there are no more questions, I would like to thank very much Gosha and Istek for being here. And we'll continue with a presentation from Scott from NASC.
All right, so hello everybody. If you have not met me yet, my name is Scott. I am from the National Association of Engineering Student Councils, or what we call NASC, and I am from the United States. So a little bit about me. I go to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, which is right in the middle of the United States, studying mechanical engineering in my 3rd year. We have approximately 3,000 engineering students at my university. 65 are on our local engineering board, and about 25,000 students attend my university. As you all know, football, American football, is a very big thing in the States. This is a picture of our city and our stadium. It holds approximately 93,000 people, and actually it becomes the 3rd largest city in our state when we have games. So that's how small my state is. So what is NASC? Like I said, it's a National Association of Engineering Student Councils. We are a nonprofit organization by the United States terms. And we basically connect engineering student councils across the United States. So similar to what CFES has, we have our local organizations at each university, and then we connect those through our organization. And we're all about promoting leadership development and growing our ESCs. So again, our purpose is to essentially serve these engineering student councils, invest in leadership abilities, facilitate communication between them, promote engineering education across the United States, improving STEM, those kind of things, and also serving as the collective voice for engineering students across the United States. A little bit about our structure. So we just recently restructured and did our final stage this past year at our national event. So we start at the top with the president and chairman, which is my position, and we essentially split from there into a board of directors on the left-hand side, and then our executive leadership team on the right-hand side. Within that, we have vice presidents, regional ambassadors, regional communications and stuff coordinators, and then on the left with our governance committee and advisory council. Those are a lot of alumni positions, trying to bring history back and those kind of things. So about us, we have our member schools. We're broken up into 5 regions, which are the geographical regions of the United States: North Atlantic, Southeast, Midwest, Central, and the West. Around just over 50 member schools, and with the potential to have 536 by what we qualify a member school as, which means that the accreditation board in the United States says that they have a good engineering program. So those are 536 universities that we could potentially have in our organization. Total, with just over our 50 member schools, it encompasses around 250,000 students. So here's a map of where we have all of our locations. Like I said, all across the United States, and we even have a partner school over in Qatar, so they come to our events pretty frequently as well. What our events are essentially conferences, so we have 7 of those throughout the year. 5 of them are regional conferences, 1 for each region. Those are taking place in the fall. They're more focused on the councils, their issues they have, their development, events that they put on, those kind of things. We also have a national event in the fall that's called the Engineering Leadership Summit. That's all about personal growth and development, professional development. We invite the president and vice president of each local council to attend, so it's a fairly small and close-knit group, but it's a great way to build leadership. We also have our national conference, which is just like your GA. That takes place in the spring. This past year is at the very beginning of April, and again is more council-focused, but on the national scale. So some other benefits, we've implemented a system called the Regional Events Packet. What this does is allows basically a database of all the events that our councils put on. And so if a group is looking for new events, they can go ahead and steal ideas, borrow ideas from other groups. We also assist these struggling organizations if they want to grow, make changes. We also have presidents' meetings because the United States is so large via the internet, and so we can communicate on a more regular basis. Here's some of our past sponsors and partnerships. That's where we get a lot of our funds from. We rely on these companies to help fund our organization, and also our member schools to use their universities as funding sources. And here are just some pictures from our past events. And if you want to contact any of us, here's some contact info, but I will also take questions right now and later.
Okay. We have one question from Educo and then from Extra Ola.
Hi, I'm Lush from Educo. You said you had a promotion for engineering education. Is it throughout your in high school or in general in companies? And also, do you have anything about education in your association?
Yeah, so we really rely on our member schools to do a lot of that. They kind of take the lead for how they want to do engineering education and promoting it. We do a lot with our high schools, doing outreach events, doing teaching events with high schoolers about engineering, even in middle school. But then we're also in cooperation with our accreditation board and trying to get more of an input at the collegiate level and university level of engineering education there.
Thank you.
We have one clarification from Ahen. Or bullshit? Okay, we have bullshit from Ahen.
Miriam from Aachen. What do you think about Donald Trump running for presidency?
I knew that one was coming. Yeah, no comment.
Okay, then we'll continue with Extra Ola and then Extra Evi. So first Extra Ola, then Extra Evi.
Extra Ola. As I saw from the presentation, you have mostly events that only the members can attend. Do you have any activities towards the external students?
So all of our conferences are open to all of our members and member schools. We also have them open to international guests. So we had one student from bonding, I believe, was studying over in the United States or doing an internship in the Southeast, and she was going to attend that conference. There were some difficulties with that this year, so that didn't end up working out. But then we also had 2 members from bonding attend our national conference as well. And any of our events, if you guys are in the States or any of your members are definitely welcome and open to you guys to attend.
Okay. Then the next question is from Extra Evi, and the next one will be from LVU Warsaw.
Extra Evi, thank you for your presentation. I saw before you have quite many levels in your structure and quite many vice presidents, and I was curious how the communication works. Do you think it is efficient, and how do you manage it?
Yeah, it's a very good question. So I think in our organization, communication works fairly well. We have a kind of a modified matrix structure, and so with our executive leadership team, that would be the equivalent of our board, and within that we have our weekly meetings, so we are in frequent communication, but then each of those vice presidents have their own committees that do things across the regions, and we get a sense that there's pretty good communication through regular emails and meetings, but just like every organization, there's the issues of people dropping off, not wanting to reply to things. So I think we all face the same things, but it's not something I think we're too concerned about.
Okay, thank you. Now we have LVU Warsaw and LVU Warsaw.
Piotr from Warsaw. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the president's meeting you have online, because it is really interesting?
Yeah, so we use an online web meeting service to do it. But essentially what we do is each region, the presidents of each group get together along with the regional ambassador and then just have an open discussion, or it's an agenda-based meeting kind of decided on by the group. It can cover topics such as, you know, their career fairs, or it can be such things as council difficulties. So trying to get more members, retain members, also getting sponsorships. But it's all driven by the groups themselves. They really decide what we want to talk about and how they're going to be run.
Okay, LVU Warsaw? Fingers from LVU Warsaw.
And how long do they last?
Some can be 30 minutes, some can be 2 hours. Again, it kind of just depends on how much talking there is. If the communication and conversation is flowing, we kind of just let it run.
Okay, now we're going for LVG Cluj-Napoca, and then for Educo.
Hi, I'm Vlad from Cluj. What kind of support do you get from your universities?
Yeah, so all of our support is based around our universities. For example, the university I go to, our council gets $85,000 from our dean to use for our variety of events and giving out money to the other engineering organizations at our university. Other schools aren't as lucky and don't have a lot of support. It really varies, but part of that and what we do with helping our member schools is trying to promote that communication and helping them find ways to build the relationship with their university. There's always outlets for gaining funds or gaining support, and that's one of the things we try and help with is getting access to that. But it really depends by the school.
Hi, I guess it's my turn. Right?
Yeah, Educo, then LVG Uppsala.
Hi, Ulais from Educo. Just I wanted to like understand better what is your conferences actually, and are they local or external, or it's just for American students in your country?
Yeah, so what our conferences consist of are what we call council chats, and so they're focused on specific topics. One could be about an engineering week, a career fair, local events that they have, and then we sit for an hour blocks of time, talk about them, share ideas. We also do professional development sessions, so companies come in, do workshops, those kind of things. And then at our regional events and also at our national one, we have a legislative session, although it's different because our conferences are over a weekend. So at our national event, our plenary is 6 hours or 4 hours. It kind of fluctuates between that. And that is the main core of the conference. What also can happen are company tours, different corporate events, workshops, more things like that. They are open to externals. All it takes is you guys just letting us know if you want to attend or are interested and trying to work something out.
Okay. The next question is from LBG Uppsala and then LBG St. Petersburg.
Hi, Fergus from LBG Uppsala. I have a question. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question not only for you, but for all the partner NGOs. The European Federation of Psychology Student Association, or EPSA, with which we have an informal cooperation agreement on training, has an interesting concept of EPSA Day. So imagine a day all around Europe, for instance, dedicated to the promotion of the organization, where all the groups locally promote the European organization for recruitment, and it's promoted in a consistent way. My question for you is, do you have anything like that? Well, one day dedicated for promotion in all the groups or not? And it's not only for you, but for all the partner NGOs and guests.
Yeah, that's a good question. So in the United States, one of the big things that's put on by another national group is called Engineers Week. So it's a week-long promotion of engineering. And that's something that we take part in. And so all of our member schools at the defined week by another group put on Engineers Week, so a week-long event of engineering recruitment, awareness in the community about engineering. And for each of our local groups, they use that as a very good chance to promote our national organization as well, and for recruitment for that. So I think that would be the equivalent for us. You guys.
Okay, since the presentation is from NASC, please keep your answers very short, okay?
I hate to one-up you, Scott, but we have actually an engineering month. It's interesting because as you've seen in his presentation, for us, whether or not the university is a part of NASC or a part of CFES is up to them. So having events like that would be good, and we probably should do that because it creates a more unified identity in terms of collective engineering across the country. So it's a fantastic idea.
In Ibec, we have two activities, which is Ibec Hour and Hagan Sticker Day, as the name says. The second one is like Hagan Sticker Day, which is yearly in the same time as Congress. So 150, 200 stickers are hanging each other for the whole day, as well as those who stay at homes. And Ibec Hour is 1 hour set on a fixed day, and independently from the time zone, we are having fun, like sports activities and whatever.
Okay, thank you. We still have questions from LBG St. Petersburg, the board, Turin, LBG Valencia, and Competitions Working Group. So please, and we're on time for the coffee break. Consider if your questions have already been asked before formulating them again, okay? So first we'll go for LBG St. Petersburg and then for the Caravel.
Ksenia, St. Petersburg, I have a question about Engineering Leadership Summit. How long, how many participants, and I've understood like it will be only for President and VP, why?
Yeah, so it's, again, over the weekend, all of our events take place over a weekend, so 3 days roughly. It is just for the presidents and vice presidents because we wanted an exclusive event to give kind of that idea of like an eliteness. And so schools want to attend or they want to hold a position at their local group as well because then they get access to this other event. Because we don't put a cap on the number of people that can attend our conferences, we have schools who send 2 people, we have schools who send 20 people. So this creates a little bit more special environment. It's around 50 to 60 members, and we typically get 1 to 2 from each university.
Okay, thank you. One question from the board and then LBG Turin.
Clemente from the Caravel. First of all, once again, welcome Scott and NASC and Ibec for your first time in a BEST General Assembly. It's our pleasure to have you. My question to you is that one of the things that you probably realized by also checking ourselves and all of the other NGOs here is that NGOs based on engineering and with a technological background very usually go for organizing competitions, as it's one of the things that usually our students like the most and have the biggest impact on our stakeholders. Have you ever researched or did you ever try something along those lines, or do you have any ideas to develop something like that?
Yeah, so we've never done a competition. We've talked about it a little bit. It actually took the bonding representatives coming and giving a presentation at our national event for the dean from Minnesota, which is where we held our national conference, to be actually interested, and she wants to help us build that up in the States. The reason why I don't think it's ever been done is because we have a lot of student groups that are based on engineering, student clubs at each of our universities who have their own competitions. So there isn't that real need for extra competitions, but it's something that our members internally have shown interest in. So we're going to try to explore that this year and use you guys and CFES and all the other groups as kind of a model.
Thank you.
Okay, the next question is from LBG Turin and then LBG Valencia.
Amedeo from LBG Torino. First of all, congratulations for your presentation. My question is related to Clemente's one. As a non-profit organization, how can you find your money to continue your activities?
Yeah, so this is kind of the fun part with our group. Our national organization operates on $3,000 a year. All of our money is held internally within each university, so none of that actually comes to us. So when we hold an event, hold a conference, it's all done at their universities. They do their own fundraising, things like that. Each of our member universities pays a fee of $75 to be part of our group, and then that's about all the money we have as a national organization. My position this past year was to get more corporate sponsorships. So actually this last year was the first time ever, but we brought in about $12,000 from company and partnerships. So we're hoping to continue to grow that so we can fund more things.
Okay, LBG Turin.
Do you apply also for grants for, I don't know, states or whatever?
Yeah, grants in the States are a little bit different. They're a lot more research focused. We haven't been able to find any that are for events and things like that. So we haven't really explored that option.
Okay, thank you very much. Before going for the next question from LBG Valencia, I would like to remind all of you that you cannot be using your phones and you cannot be connected to the Wi-Fi network because otherwise the system will crash and we need the network working, okay? So please stop using your phones and log off the Wi-Fi. Thank you. We'll go for LBG Valencia and then LBG Valladolid.
Yes, Darian from Valencia. Regarding this last question, have you ever tried hitting on some Silicon Valley companies?
Yeah, one of our members who is on our board actually is working for Apple this next year. So it's a pretty good job he'll have. One of the things that we're going to try and capitalize on with a lot of those big companies, it's what's called corporate matching. And so it's when an employee donates to a nonprofit, the company will actually donate the equivalent or a multiplying factor to that same organization. So we've been starting to capitalize on that this year and trying to use that as a resource. A lot of the West Coast schools get the Silicon Valley companies for the regional conference.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Now LBG Valladolid.
Jaime, West Valladolid. Which methods do you use to promote your association during your engineering weeks in the high schools?
So we do a lot of outreach things, so going to the schools, talking to them about engineering, showing them what you can do with an engineering degree. With that, we also talk about then our organization, where it can take you. We obviously promote the travel factor. People love to travel, and so that tends to be a big draw. But then also just putting our name and brand on everything, trying to get it recognizable. And so people see the logo, they see our name, and they know exactly what it means.
Okay, this concludes the question round. Thank you very much, Scott. Okay, we will go now for a coffee break. There is some, for the next block, for the next block, we're going to use, we will need to use Skype for the membership. We urge you, all of you, not to use the internet because it's critical for the next session that we have a good internet connection. So please, in general, you should not, you must not use the internet, but especially for the next session, do not use the internet. Um, Also, for those of you who didn't bring your funky hats, please take the opportunity to go to your rooms and actually bring your funky hats. It's 11:05. We are going to meet after coffee break at 11:30. The plenary is closed.
Hello. So, as you can see in your schedule, we will have quite a big membership block. So we'll start with some explanation what membership is and how it works in our organization. And I'm missing a clicker. Doop, 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 doop. Thank you. So, first of all, why do we have membership system in BEST? Membership is part of our regulations. It's part of our statutes, internal regulations, and more specific document that explains membership is regulations on admission and exclusion. Membership system ensures that we have healthy organization, that we have LBGs that grow in a stable and sustainable way, and LBGs that can provide adequate services to our stakeholders. We have membership system also to provide support for the LBGs that maybe struggle in some ways. So let's say if you're interested to become a BEST group, what is your path that you have to go through? First, you apply as an interested group to become an observer. Application deadline is twice per year, and interested groups are selected by the board. When they're selected, they're becoming observers. Observers are still not an official BEST group. They're here to get to know BEST. They attend our general meetings, and then they can apply to become a baby. It can happen on the first GM that they are attending, but usually it happens on the second. And what are the requirements to become a baby? Well, first of all, observer group has to host a successful internal event, has to show the understanding of BEST, has to have basic knowledge management, and has to show potential of sustainability. Then, if a group gets voted to become a baby member, the main difference between baby members and observer groups is that baby members are officially a group of BEST and they can organize external events. So you became a baby and now you want to run for the full membership. You can do it after 3rd to 5th GM after you became a baby. First requirement is that you organize the successful external event. You have to show that your group is fully sustainable and you have strong group management. And then you're a full member. Biggest responsibility of full member is not only to, as I already said, provide adequate services, high quality services, but also a right to vote. So every LBG in the first row, you have quite a lot of privilege and responsibility, so take it seriously. As I already mentioned this, so providing adequate services, responsibility is to have a proper image of BEST, to communicate and take part in decision making, and to have proper knowledge and resources. So sometimes it happens that some LBGs are not fulfilling their responsibilities. What happens then? First of all, LBG that has some issues can ask to get under monitoring. Monitoring doesn't affect your voting rights in any way. It's just a way to support to get some extra support to help overcome these issues that you have. Then, for some LBGs that didn't fulfill some requirements that we have in the regulations, they can get suspended. This means that they don't have voting rights. And then the last part is exclusion. It happens if the image of BEST is really shaken a lot by the stuff that LBG is doing, when LBG is not complying with the aims and purposes of BEST, when they're not fulfilling their responsibilities years after years after years. And on this GA, we have 2 proposals. We have 2 suspended groups that are proposed for exclusion, and we have 1 observer BEST group that is proposed to become a baby. Any questions?
Is the process, like, is there any question on Vitkat's presentation about membership and the requirements of different LBGs based on their status? Okay. So, Vitkat, do you want to introduce the LBGs?
Yes. So, let's continue. First case that we are going to discuss about is case of LBGs that is suspended being proposed for exclusion, and that LBG is LBG Reykjavik. So, Reykjavik, some background. The reason why they are proposed for exclusion is that they haven't fulfilled criterion for lifting a suspension for 1 year. This means that they've been suspended for 1 year. During this year, they had the chance to fulfill this requirement, but they didn't manage. And basically, the criterion that they had to fulfill was organizing a successful external event. So, some history and background. Their last successful course happened in 2011. Their main issue was actually HR problems. They had a lack of members, lack of people, students motivated to join their LBG. And because of that, they got suspended last year on GA'16. So what happened afterwards? They started working on the recruitment and so on, and they organized Spring RM. They applied to organize a summer course, and their HR situation improved a lot. Now they have around 15 members. So this is the picture of the RM that happened in Reykjavik 2 weeks ago, something like that. One more picture. So I guess some of you were there. And what happens if Reykjavik gets voted for exclusion? Well, they get excluded. If this proposal is not voted, their suspension will be prolonged till PM Warsaw. Opinion of the board about their situation is that they really showed a lot of progress in a year. They didn't manage to organize a successful course in a year of their suspension, but they are organizing a course. However, we are not able to evaluate if this course is going to be successful or not yet. But till PM Warsaw, we will have an actual chance to see if they manage to organize a successful course. Now, since members of Reykjavik are unfortunately not here because nobody had an availability to come, we managed to organize a Skype call with them so you can ask them questions directly. So that's one of the reasons why it's very important to turn off your Wi-Fi so this works properly. Okay.
Okay. So now Doc and Mart will do their magic, and Mr. Skype. In the meanwhile, please, you can open the report on LBG Reykjavik and the proposal. Hello, can you listen to us? Yes, I can hear you. Perfect. Then, welcome to the virtual plenary, LBG Reykjavik. Okay, so we will proceed as a normal question round. Please raise your, well, if you want to make a question. The first question, the first one finger we have is from LBG Izmir.
Emrecan from Izmir. making improvements, it's good, it's one thing. But what are you doing? What steps are you taking to make sure something like this doesn't happen again? Yeah.
I will make a sheet and steps regarding the course and external event, so it will be easier to access, because now all the people that have made it, or the teacher that have been involved in it, I cannot see them anywhere, and so there's no knowledge transfer. We always have to establish again the bond between the university and us. So that's a bit the difficult part, for example. Is what you were asking for? I understand the question incorrect.
No, let me clarify a little bit. I'm talking about the HR situation. Your HR problems. What will you do to make sure it doesn't happen again?
Okay, could you repeat the question? Because I think it was muted.
It's about your HR situation, human resources situation. What are you doing to make sure same problems doesn't happen again in the upcoming years?
Okay, we basically try to find people and put them on RMs. That's what's working the best. I know that our regional advisor is recruiting in China and all over the place. It's really good. But yeah, I cannot promise anything. It's just don't try.
Okay, thanks for the answer.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The next question is from LBG Copenhagen and then Rome TV. I would ask you to mute your microphones because otherwise there is like echo. Thank you.
Babak from Copenhagen. Besides the action plan, was there any other kind of help you received from the doctors?
From the doctors?
Yep. Yep. Yes. Yes.
Okay. So the reason why we changed the doctor was because
Okay.
one moment, I'm gonna. Okay.
Okay, good. Yep. So the next question is from Rome TV and then Valladolid. So first Rome TV and then Valladolid.
Hi, Emanuele from Tor Vergata. My question is, if you were aware about the fact that not organizing a course during this year would result in a proposal for suspension, why did you decide to organize an HEM regional meeting instead of a course during spring season?
Thank you for your question. Okay, so which one? We should say.
Okay. There is a clarification from Rome TV.
But were you aware about the fact that you were automatic proposed for exclusion after not organizing a course this year. Yes, but I mean during the year of suspension.
No, I'm not yet. No, we are up for exclusion now.
Okay. There are two fingers from EEC.
Pedro from EC. I just want to clarify that even if they were organizing a spring course, they would not know if it was a successful spring course by this moment. So the proposal would still exist. So there is no difference between organizing a spring course or a summer course in this situation.
There is a technical from LBG Ljubljana. Can you please stand up while the microphone goes to you?
Neva LBG Ljubljana, we have a problem with the tablet. It doesn't work. So
Okay.
can someone fix it?
Can some organizer take this tablet from LBG Ljubljana to Mart or to some other organizer? Thank you. In the meanwhile, can you check it from LBG Louvain-la-Nef or the person sitting next to you? Which? Thank you. Okay, the next question is from Valladolid, and then we have LBG Porto.
Hi, Jaime from West Valladolid. Okay, I know that your HR situation have improved a lot. Congratulations. But I would like to know if your current members are all of them active members and if they will be part of BEST like almost for 1 or 2 years.
Thank you for your question. Yes, the main organizer for
Okay, good. The next question is from LBG Porto and then LBG Athens.
Bonnie from Porto. Your HR problem, do you think it's somehow related to your educational system? Could you tell us a little bit about it?
Okay. One question for LBG St. Petersburg. Was this the same one finger as before, or is a new one finger? Same. Okay. Two fingers from Porto.
But Bonnie from Porto, I was asking about your educational system. Are you free during afternoons, for example? Do you have availability? Can you skip classes? Are the university okay with this?
Okay. The next question is from LBG Athens and then LBG St. Petersburg.
Penny, LBG Athens. I wanted to ask if you had the chance to evaluate the RM. Did you face any problem while you were organizing it, like lack of organizers or any other?
Thank you for your question.
Okay. There's two fingers from LBG Aalborg.
So I'm from LBG Aalborg, and I went as a co-organizer to the RM. And sure, there were not that many organizers, but I think everyone can agree that it was a nice event, and everything went well. So, and they're very motivated, all the organizers.
Okay. Right now, we use all the time we had for questions. We have 17 more questions. My suggestion for procedure is that we take the next 5 questions, and then as a plenary, we evaluate whether we want to continue with the question round or not. Okay? Then the next question is from LBG St. Petersburg, and then we have a question from LBG Ljubljana.
Ksenia, St. Petersburg, I have a question about your future plans. Yeah, we know that you organized the RAM and now you organize a spring, summer course, but what you're gonna next? What external and internal events you want to make next year?
Can I get an answer?
Just, for example, did you think about any more internal event, for example?
We always try each year and set in time, so we'll keep that.
Okay. The next question is from LBG Valencia, and then we have LBG Kiev.
Darian from Valencia. First of all, I really appreciate you show up here on behalf of your LBG. I think you are really brave. And my question is regarding the course. Saying a number, how many active members do you have right now?
Many active members in the LPG rotating?
Yes, for the course, yeah.
We have around 7, 6 or 7. We'll have some help from alumni also, I hope.
Okay, I saw courses organized with less people, so I think it's pretty much.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Clarification. Basically,
Okay. I think Kiev, Kat? No, Gildis. Yeah, sorry. We'll have one question from LVG Kiev, and after, the next question would be from LVG in Copenhagen, but after the question from LVG Kiev, we will evaluate whether we want to continue with this question round or not.
Hi, I'm Dasha from LBG Kiev, and my question is, what is the opinion general of your board about this proposal? Because it happens that sometimes LBGs want to be excluded, or they don't care actually. So, what is the opinion of your board? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your question. Before going to the next question from LBG Copenhagen, I would like to ask first row delegates to state whether they want to continue with the question round or whether they already have enough information and don't want to continue with the question round. So please state your opinion. Yeah. Okay, I have the feeling that most of them, especially in that part, they're no's, and there are a lot of stains, and okay, in here there are some yes. Okay, I would go for a couple more questions and then reevaluate about this. The next question then will be from LBG Copenhagen, and then we'll have a question from LBG Porto.
Babak from Copenhagen. Can I make a short statement?
You may.
I think the questions are quite spread out. The main problem seems to be the HR problem, which has been significantly improved since the last autumn RM. So I would suggest that instead of being in kind of the blaming style, we try to help them restructure their LBG so that they can use the experience of the remote members in combination with the motivation of the members at Reykjavik.
Thank you for your statement, and thank you for showing the plenary how to make a statement. Then the next question / statement that we have is from LVG Porto. Okay, it was cut. Then, okay, we didn't really have any questions. I will have one question from Ahen, and then we will reevaluate whether we want to continue with this question round or not.
Hello, Miriam from Aachen. I wanted to ask you, let's say if you get excluded, do you have the motivation to go again and apply as an observer group from all over?
Thank you for your question. I think that
Okay, we have a comment from two fingers from the board.
In case LBG Reykjavik gets excluded, board will propose them, of course, after we consult with LBG Reykjavik, to become an observer group of BEST.
Okay, there are two fingers from LBG Sofia. It was a one finger. Okay, then never mind. Right now, I would like to ask the plenary again whether they want to continue with this question round or not. Please state whether yes or no. Okay, I see a majority of no. I would really like to thank all of you for this question round, and also the delegate from LBG Reykjavik for being available for us. We also have some clarification.
Yeah, sorry I failed during the presentation. I put the wrong info. Less successful course of Reykjavik wasn't in 2011, as it was stated on PPT. I didn't notice my mistake. It was in 2013.
Okay, so thank you very much for the question round. There is a bullshit from LBG Valladolid. Okay, first a technical from LBG Zagreb. Can I get the microphone to Zagreb?
Claudia from Zagreb. Can you just please rotate the laptop, the girl can see us, just for a second, please.
Okay. It's a bit tricky. But I think she's following us on the live stream. Okay, we have one bullshit from LBG Valladolid. Are you okay, LBG Reykjavik?
Jaime Bes Valladolid. Okay, I promise that it won't affect to my decision about what I'm going to vote, but are you thinking about host GA 2017?
LBG Reykjavik? You didn't hear? Yeah, no. Did you answer the question?
Hello.
Okay. Hello?
Okay, yes. Again, sorry, can you repeat?
Did you hear the question from LBG Valladolid?
No, there was a lot of clapping and then everything went out.
Ah. It's okay. Okay, thank you, Reykjavik. 1, 2, 3. Then one comment from my side about the facilitation. Okay, now there were a lot of questions. We tried to take as many as possible and then to see whether the plenary wanted to continue or not. If you actually want to have this question, whether to continue or not, remember that there is the finger rules. And yeah, it's one of my favorite. We will continue with the next, Reykjavik?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then we'll continue, goodbye. Bye. We'll continue with the next presentation on, please. Okay, guys. We will continue with the next presentation from the board on LBG Faro.
Okay, let's start with the next case of suspended LBG being proposed for exclusion. It's a case of LBG Faro Algarve. You can open the proposal. It's a proposal P20 to check it out. So, okay. First of all, the reason why they're proposed for exclusion, the main reason is, it's stated in the statutes of BES that if a member is not physically present at 3 consecutive general meetings, its exclusion will be voted upon during a normal voting session of any general meeting. What does that mean? Basically, last time Faro sent a representative to general meeting was on GA Bucharest. So they missed PM Gdańsk, GA Hania and PM Flanders. But since they're not here now, we can also read the next paragraph. If a member is not physically present at 4 consecutive general meetings, it will be automatically excluded on that 4th non-attended general meeting. So let's go a bit over the background of LBG Faro. Their last successful course they organized was in 2013. They also organized the course in 2014, but it wasn't recognized as a successful event. There are some other issues with the LBG. International board didn't manage to establish any kind of communication with them. nor did other bodies of BEST during years 2014, 2015, and now 2015, 2016. We had no updates on their local board since 2014. Just a reminder, it's a responsibility of every full member LBG to update their local board. Also, one of the responsibilities is to fill LBG report, at least 80% of LBG report. Last time they did this was before GA Bucharest in 2014. And the mailing list, Faro@ is empty, no members on the mailing list. So, just to clarify, so what's going to happen is we're going to vote upon their exclusion only if a person from Faro, representative of Faro, appears before voting day. If a member is not physically present and at 4 consecutive general meetings, it will be automatically excluded on that 4th non-attended general meeting. This means that if nobody from Faro comes on the voting day, this is their 4th general meeting, and we will not vote upon their exclusion, but they will be automatically excluded. Do you have any questions?
Okay, there is a bullshit from Ankara.
Deniz from Ankara. Can we just take Gustavo from Faro to represent the LBG to the middle? To clarify, he's studying in Faro.
No, we cannot. Okay. Let's continue with the next question. Okay, there is one finger from LBG Valencia.
Darian from Valencia. Just out of curiosity, which ways did you try to contact the LBG, like Facebook or just email, maybe phoning?
Okay, let's start from the last year and then what we did this year. Okay, there were several official mails sent. We sent official letter stamped by the secretary. I contacted the last president, Artem, privately because I met him on Ibec final 2012. He was a participant. So we were actually friends on Facebook. Zero answer. We tried to communicate through the alumni member that was on alumni meeting in PM Flanders. Basically, the ex-regional advisor of Faro tried to call them. Basically, we tried to do several things. This alumni member said that they will probably send a resignation letter, however, they didn't do it. So, yes, I think we kind of covered all the methods of communication. We didn't try the smoke signals, but...
Okay. Is there any other question or statement? Okay. There is one question from LBG Belgrade.
Miloš from Belgrade. To continue on that, what does anybody know the reasons for that? Because it might happen to someone else and better be prepared to help them or something like that?
Well, I cannot say like for sure, since the group kind of started to fall apart quite before my mandate, but it happened what kind of happens to some LBGs, but they have motivation to work upon it. However, this time it wasn't the case. The members were leaving, they got demotivated, and in the end, person that was responsible for the LBG, the last president, just was so demotivated that he gave up on trying.
If there are no more questions, thank you, Vitka. And we have one final case, that is the case of LBG Trento. So, Vitka.
I'll take my funny hat out of the respect of LBG Trento. Okay. So, this is a very, not nice presentation that I have to make right now, but it needs to be done. So, case of LBG Trento. In the beginning of my mandate, I got in contact with a regional advisor of Trento that said that they have some problems with the university, and I organized an online meeting with them. The president of Trento, Titi, explained me that uni policy changed regarding NGOs. The rector changed. He was not that much into supporting NGOs. Their fees got higher, so if you fail a year, basically you would have to pay much bigger tuition. And that led, and their academic schedule changed and overlapped a lot with BES schedule, which led to huge HR problems. Basically, a bunch of people left the LBG because they were scared that they wouldn't manage to do their academical responsibilities together with being in LBG. Titi was asked to get under monitoring to get some extra support, but she said that she doesn't know how international board could help with some policy that is not really connected to the LBG itself. So we got in contact during the year a few more times to see what can be done. Titi tried to recruit new members, to try to push old members to get back and so on. And few weeks ago, I had a final online meeting with Trento when they stated that they're deciding to resign as a local BES group. Titi sent us an official letter that I will read right now. Dear BEST, after LBG Eindhoven, LBG Trento has the dubious honor to be the second LBG handling in a resignation letter. The reason for resignation is that we see no future for BEST in Trento right now. LBG Trento was founded in March 2011 and always got his unique character. A small dedicated group of students sacrificing all their free time for BEST. Notable members are Roberta Dainese, Nicola Iannaselli, Francesco Gnacchi, Marco Agnolin, Alessandra Bonato, Massimo Denardi, Michele Lorenzon, Matteo Zambra, Diana Fantapie, Rocco Sedona, Elia Bigliotti, Simone Rateni, Armir Miraka. All our events offered European participants an extraordinary chance to experience the special culture of the Trento University. After a long discussion between our LBG and the VPLGS, we understood that our academic schedule didn't work well. Although we did our best to weight on one hand our academic tasks and on the other hand the activities and obligations of BEST, we succeeded in that purpose just partially. Unfortunately, the participants and volunteers from Ibec Local 2015 were the last students who experienced the true glory of LBG Trento. We still want to thank all of them for their effort and dedication. Soon after the competition, we could not meet the expectations of BEST anymore. Our entire LBG agreed on not attending GA Tallinn because of personal reasons. Therefore, we discussed with the International Board of BEST to send our letter of resignation before LBG Tallinn so the International Board can clarify that we finished all our obligations towards BEST. In our last attempts to re-establish our LBG, we were really successful because the amount of applications for seasonal courses increased But when we met them, they weren't interested at all to join us because of the university issue. Unfortunately, we could not find any member who would have liked to take over the board responsibilities. Therefore, the current board decided to let Best Trento go into sleeping modus. In case Best still want to be active in Trento, you should contact LBG Milan. We will leave our statements, website and archive in control of LBG Milan till 2026. So until 2026, Best will have the opportunity to start a new group at the University of Trento. If a new observer group would be founded in Trento, all the people mentioned in this letter could be contacted for advice, experience, memories, or just a drink. So the ball is in the court of Best International. All the members of Best Trento want to thank you one by one for the fantastic experience that we lived together in these 4 beautiful years, and we will carry jealously in our heart throughout the future years all the wonderful people we met in our best time of our life. We are going to miss you all. Hope to see you all around Europe. Last best regards, LBG Trento. Alessandra Bonato, President of Best Trento, Board of European Students of Technology. Saying that, I think it takes a lot of courage to admit that you cannot go forward and you cannot actually comply with the responsibilities a Best Group has. Since I know that Titi is watching the live stream, I would ask you all to stand up and show some, where is the live stream? Here, right? Show some hugs for Titi and give them a huge round of applause.
Okay. With this last presentation, we finished the first, like the block on membership. We have another. Now we will go for the next topic. It's the target group proposal. I believe it's you again, Vitka. So, sorry, it's Mariana from the Caravel.
Hello. So it's me again. And we will now have a presentation about the target group. Associated to this presentation, you have on pre-materials a file called from UNESCO. I'm sorry, I have to take off. And also P23 and P24. Which this presentation will be more focused on P23, since P24 is just adjustments on references of Vivaldi book if P23 is accepted. So, why are we creating a target group? We are not. Oops, it's a trap. What happens if my or your university has more fields of studies than the ones in the target group? Nothing. the same. What is actually this proposal about then? So, this proposal is about identity. According to the identity of BEST that was approved in 2006, we BEST, are there for the European students of technology. But who are the European students of technology? So, yeah, we are trying to find a cool definition for what are European students of technology for quite a long time. And this year, with the help of Educo Management, we found this document, which is called Fields of Education and Training 2013. It's a document created by UNESCO. And why 2013? Because it's the most recent one. They don't change it every year. ISCED stands for International Standard Classification of Education. So this is a document that is used to classify our fields of study. So yeah, okay, adding a bit more on this, this document doesn't specify degrees, specifies fields of study. So what happens if the proposal for adding the target group to our identity is accepted? Well, we will define what are the European students of technology. If not, nothing. It will be the very same thing. So, yeah. So do you have, I don't know.
Okay, are there any questions? Okay, we have one question from LB Copenhagen.
Babak from Copenhagen, will there be any consequence on the sending LBGs if they make a mistake?
Sorry?
Will there be any consequence on the sending LBG if it makes a mistake in determining whether it's in a target group or not?
Okay, 2 fingers from me, see, I guess. Because this is Vivaldian.
Can I get the microphone to EC? No.
Hello, Pedro from EC. As you might have read from the Vivaldi Handbook 5.5, at the moment there are no consequences for it. And if you also check the Vivaldi Handbook 6.0, the current proposal for it, there are also no consequences for it. There are only the stamping procedure only goes for the organizing LBG, not for the sending one. Nonetheless, it's our identity.
Okay. There is one question from LBG Stockholm.
Hi, I'm Zoltan from LBG Stockholm, and the question would be, have you considered creating an own definition, maybe based on this UNESCO stuff? Because I read it, and on our RM, I guess we gave feedback to Pavel, that we found some shady areas, like not super defined.
Thank you for your question. I mean, we never thought about that because we don't think it's up to us best to define all the fields of study in Europe or in the world or whatever. So we actually left this to the experts because we think it's better. And it's kind of, I mean, we never thought about that.
Okay. We have one question from Extra Patricia, and then the second one from from LBG Belgrade. Sorry.
Hi, Extra Patricia here. I wanted to ask, is the only reason for making this proposal to, well, clarify the target group, or will it be useful for, I don't know, some grants and stuff like this? Is it just for our identity, or is there like a... Yeah, you get my point.
Thank you for your question. The main purpose is actually to clarify, because there are a lot of discussions, like when you are validating accounts or blah, 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 what is the target group, what is not the target group. So there are a lot of people confused about that, and they have been throughout the years. So it's just a way to clarify, but maybe it can be an opportunity for grants also.
Okay. The next question will be from LBG Belgrade, and then we'll have LBG Uppsala.
Milos from Belgrade. Is there a reason why there's a section 08, agriculture, forestry, fishery, and veterinary, or at least a part of it was not included, especially agriculture and forestry, because there are engineers, in fact, probably here that study that, and they are engineers when they finish their studies?
Thank you for your question. Like, actually, environmental engineering is not inside of agriculture, if you check it.
It is in forestry.
Okay. Do you have the document there? Because do you want to clarify somehow? No. I mean, we figured out that the fields on technology, were the I don't remember the numbers, were the ones proposed. But I remember seeing that engineering on environmental stuff was not there.
In the meanwhile, there's a clarification from EEC while they open the document.
Pedro from EEC. I don't remember it exactly where I saw it, but I'm quite sure that forestry, there is also a part of it in the correct parts of the document. If you check it, you'll find it probably there, okay?
So
in fields number 5, 6, and 7.
It's okay then.
Okay. I don't know if this answers your question, LBG Belgrade. Okay, perfect. Then we'll go for LBG Uppsala, and then design department.
Fergus from LBG Uppsala. Not always having ambiguity and flexibility in our organization is bad. For instance, our regions are not regulated because we lack the flexibility of being able to change them. Reading the proposal, the only problem that I see, the problem that the proposal is targeting is reducing the ambiguity for LBGs when they're validating participants and saying if they are in the target group or not, if I understood correctly. Could you please provide some numbers of how this ambiguity is affecting our services in a negative way, and how this proposal could change this? Which is the concrete positive impact that you see?
So, thank you. As told before, we are not changing the identity, we are just clarifying what are European students of technology. So, it's actually, okay, at least in our point of view, is helping people actually not being super ambiguous and being more coherent while offering our services. Because some universities, I don't know, identify students of public administration as technology students, and others don't, and that's,
okay.
Yeah.
Let's have two fingers from EC, and then two fingers from Uppsala.
Pedro from EC. So you've asked for some numbers. Sorry. Okay. So this around IPF we were checking how validation was going on within the LBGs, and what we saw was that almost half of the LBGs have problems validating students. Of them, I'd say that around 10%, meaning 9 LBGs, have serious mistakes in them, simply not actually marking anybody at all and just validating them, or completely misguided in terms of who they should validate or not. I saw things like IT not being validated as part of the target group, and on the other hand, things that were related to fashion and things that were completely out of the target group also being validated as part of the target group. This might not influence a majority of the organization, but it is always a first step towards us being more efficient and actually providing a service that is more concrete towards our stakeholders.
Okay, two fingers from Uppsala. I don't know if this, this answers your question. Okay, the next question is from the design department, then from LBG Aachen. right now we have used all the time we had for this question round. We will continue with the question round, but if at some point you find that it's not providing any input anymore, please don't feel afraid to show 3 fingers.
Thank you. So Misha, design department, and my question is if we ever had troubles or problems with evaluating the applicants to be local best group according to situation at the LBG and the students there, that the fields of education.
Can
Clarify
you make it short or rephrase it?
Okay, so there was any LBG, okay, not LBG, but university group of people trying to apply to be the local best group, and they were refused, or you had the troubles to make a decision because of study fields?
Thank you for your question. Okay, this proposal doesn't affect that because actually it's in our regulations that any observer best group has to be composed by students of technology. So our students of engineering and whatever, it's there, you can read it. But this proposal doesn't affect this, it's more targeted to the external part, which is to whom we are providing services.
Okay. The next question is from LBG Ahen, and then we will have I see some, okay, it's cut. There is one question from LBG Yildiz, and after this we will have a round to decide whether we continue with the question round or not, because I see some 3 fingers. So we will have LBG Yildiz, and then we will vote whether to continue or not. Thank you.
Alihan from Istanbul Yıldız. There will be some negative coincidence for the HR situation of the small ABGs. For example, recruiting the new people. Is there a solution for this problem to local support of HR? VP for HR, local support?
Okay, thank you for your question, but as I told before, this proposal does not affect your internal part. It's just to whom you are providing services, okay? That is another document. So this is to defining our target group. Our target group is not the people that we are recruiting in this sense, is the people that we are providing services to. So you organize Ibec, you have students of technology. You organize courses, you have students of technology coming there.
Okay, Yildiz, but be quite brief, please.
But sometimes new members come for our services like best courses, external events, and some of the people won't go these courses anymore, and there will be a negative impact on our HR situation. I'm asking for this.
I don't know how to reply to it. There might be, or there might be not, because people actually get more motivated because they are amongst more European students of technology and not from fashion or whatever. Okay. I don't know how to reply to that.
I have the feeling that this is a two-way conversation, so I would prevent the plenary from suffering from this. We will probe now whether to continue with the question round, whether you want to continue or you don't. So can you please state first row delegates? Okay, I see a majority of no's. In the end, this proposal is touching the identity of best, so basically who we are, and I'd really encourage you to approach Mariana after this, or the rest of the caravelle to discuss in case you have any kind of question. Thank you very much. Perfect. Okay, we are going to go now for the next presentation. It's the second block on the committee Ars. The first presentation is going to be, there's going to be a short introduction. Okay, so there will be a short introduction from Paco, and then we'll go for the committees.
So yesterday you saw half of the committees. Now you will see the other half, and later on you will start going to the commissions. So please gather questions from other LBGs. Please prepare questions in advance so we can be more efficient and we can gather more feedback from the LBGs and improve the way the organization is working. So pay attention to the presentations, and I hope you enjoy it.
Okay, thank you for your brief statement, Paco. The first committee that will present is Educo. Usually this presentation is done by the coordinator of the committee, yet Martina couldn't be with us today. She will join the GA on the 4th working day because of personal issues. Clemente will be the one presenting Educo because he's the boardee overviewing this committee. So it's the same thing, but in a mail.
All right. Thank you, Javi. First of all, I would like to call all members of Educo, all EduCats, EduKittens, to the middle to accompany me on the mattress, and also so that Marta is happy to see you all on the live stream. All right, thank you. So, Educo Annual Action Report. Like Javi said, I'm not the coordinator of Educo, but I work very closely with Educo management. I'm also a full member of the committee, and as such, I will be making the presentation instead of Marta. So, what did Educo do in 2015-2016? The action plan also follows the LTSP of BEST, so all of the goals that Educo had, or most of them, are actually connected to the LTSP. The first one is related to strengthening the brand of BEST, and is mostly focused on improving the dissemination methods of Educo, or in other words, to make our work more accessible and have a bigger reach towards our stakeholders. And in this field, we started using the ISU platform, which is a more friendly way to publish our documents and make them more accessible to people who are interested. We participated for the first time in a virtual conference on engineering education. And also, we are taking part in one of the biggest conferences in Europe this year called from the International Association for Continuous Engineering Education, and Marta will be there in around 2 weeks. Then, in order to reach European students of technology more effectively, we decided to put some work into the development of our events on education, our EOEs. How exactly did we do this? First of all, we decided to involve experts, our expert partners, from more time in advance. So Sefi and Feani have actually been since day one involved in the development of the content of these summer events. Then we also gave some extra responsibilities to our EOE working group, which has been working to develop the concept and working on the backstage to make these events better. And also we attended the Global Student Forum in Florence in 2015, which is also an event on education organized by other organization called SPEED. And by being there and helping them organize this event, we learned new methods and new working methods, new things that we can implement in our EOEs as well. Then, to increase the levels of satisfaction of our stakeholders, we worked on 2 fronts. The first of all was to assess the potential of engaging in advocacy on educational matters. So, 2 things were done. 2 things were done on this field. First of all, we researched how other NGOs do this. For example, AEG is very strong on advocacy, and all of the other NGOs at the European Youth Forum, which I presented yesterday, are also very strong in advocacy, and we talk to them and we try to investigate exactly what they do and how they do it. And then we also had a session on IPF Moscow with cool outcomes. You can check the report on this topic, and it also ended up on the services strategy document. As for adapting the content of our events towards the interests of our stakeholders, it was mostly about asking around to the people who usually cooperate in educational matters, what are exactly the hot topics of this new year, in which fields should we work on, and for example, to check the trends of the European Union, what's happening, what should best focus on to best serve the interests of everybody. Then, in order to improve the evaluation and development system for services, we worked on improving the knowledge on input gathering. This was identified as one of the flaws of Educo, is that we are actually have quite some knowledgeable people on paper writing, on facilitation, on organizing EOEs, but we noticed that survey knowledge was actually rather low. So in order to improve this, we created one of the big projects of this year, which is the Ibec study. It's actually one of its biggest parts is a survey. So we have a lot of people working on creating surveys and doing this survey theory in order to improve the overall knowledge inside of the committee. And we are also, Dragana just recently sent to the mailing list the first draft of a survey handbook, which will also help us massively in the future. Then there was also some cooperation with Tigro, who shared with us some knowledge on this field from their own archives and their own sources of knowledge. Then, in terms of one of the biggest projects and that have been in BEST for the previous years is the BEST educational platform, or one of the biggest projects to be, let's say. We worked this year to try to ensure the continuity of this project. Although we did not apply to the grant in the end, and Marta will explain to you exactly what happened in a couple of days in a presentation in this plenary, we did quite some work throughout the year. We did a lot of evaluation on what happened in previous years, what went wrong, why didn't we get funded for this project yet. We were in contact with people from the European Commission, with FEANI, with CEFI. We got a lot of feedback, we changed the topic, we changed the approach. Then we also, in the structure of the project, we started doing it more like a true strategic project of the new structure. So as in we brought the board on board, let's say. And also we work quite closely with grants working group. And as such, we already prepared the groundwork to keep this project going for the next years within the framework of the new structure. Yeah, thank you. In terms of a cooperation between LBGs and the support that Educo does to LBGs, we worked on the field of local events on education and local educational involvement. You might have heard a thing or two about this, but the work that we were doing in the background is mostly related to developing this strategy to make the LBGs stronger and give them the tools to actually do proper educational involvement activities. So in the round of RMs, we promoted some knowledge that we got over the years. We shared the story of LBG Thessaloniki, who has been rocking this local events on education thing. And we developed new tools to actually measure the impact that this kind of activities have in the university relations. In terms of external relations strategy, we helped in the external guidelines document by sending to the president all the information that was needed to do this. We cooperated with ITC to the development of contact database. We tested it on IPF. Everything is going great. And FinTeam actually put us in contact with some university partners in order to cooperate in UEs. Then within the new structure, we had open trial projects so that besties who are not from Educo actually were involved in our work throughout the whole year, actually already working within the framework of the new structure. And the new members of the department are already selected. So Educo is more than ready to rock for the next year in the new structure. Yep. In terms of the knowledge management, we are indexing the references. And like I already mentioned, the ISU platform is actually being used to upload our publications. And committee-specific goals, Educational Day here in GA Tallinn, I hope you liked it. And also the Ibec study, which will be mentioned later on by one of our Educo members here. Thank you very much to people organizing UEs, Bratislava, Riga, Ankara last year, Copenhagen and Gliwice this year. We went to a bunch of conferences, you can see there, IACE, CEFI, ICL, WIF, and we went to debates in the European Parliament. It's quite cool to follow the work of Educo. So thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much to Educo management. Thank you very much to Marta back home. And questions, save it for the commissions. Thank you.
Okay. As you know, Educo is responsible for the educational involvement of BEST, which opens a lot of opportunities for our organization in the external world. So let's give this bunch of Kit Porto. Okay, there's a question from LBG Porto. Can I get the microphone to LBG Porto?
Jaime from Porto. Educo, aren't you missing anything?
Okay, that's a bullshit and an announcement.
There's Little Bird told me you lost your mascot. It's somewhere
Okay,
here.
but this is not the time for that. Can you please make an announcement later on?
Or just give the mascot back in the commissions.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. So let's give a round of applause for Educo people.
Oh, yeah.
We will have now the presentation from EC. So Pedro. Aniceto.
So guys, I think it's self-explanatory, so please come to the middle. Okay, so let's start. I'm here to present you the External Events Committee R. The relevant files are the ones that are pointed out there, report number 4 and proposal number 5. So, as you might know, the statement of purpose of the External Events Committee is to oversee the complementary education program of BEST. And we do this through 3 different areas. One of them is the assurance and improvement of quality of our services, and more specifically our courses, and in some really specific cases a part of the organization of EOEs and the leisure events. We are also taking care of the Vivaldi procedure, the whole thing that's taking into account the applications and all the processing of participants in those events. And we also are there to support LBGs organizing these events. So, we'll start with a bit of an operational, or some of the operational statistics from this last year. In summer 15, we had 50 events. 6 of them were not stamped and 2 were leisure events. And in autumn 15, we had 16 events and 1 was not stamped. If you want to know the reasons, you can check it in the report. The rest are just applications. And for the 2016 statistics, we also only have the applications yet. By the way, the stamping of Winter 15, the season just ended a few days ago, and it's starting at the moment. You can check it in the ECET. The email has already been sent to have a team to check all the events. Now, let's go check the projects and external work that we were doing this year. Basically, all strategic work of the committee. On the first area, on the assurance and improvement of quality, well, here we are mostly talking about the documents that we have to basically state what are the quality standards of BEST for these services, and also try to find out new ways to encourage LBGs to improve their services. And first off, we have the Vivaldi Handbook project. It will be presented to you in the proposal that will be happening tomorrow. So I will not go too much into details, as we will explain everything there. We also have the leisure events project that aim to basically improve the external image of leisure events and to also define the quality standards, define better quality standards for them, or at least more specific ones that are, since these events are not exactly the same as courses and therefore should not be treated exactly the same way as they have been so far. Nonetheless, due to the services workshop, all that was done in the project that basically has been completed, what we set out to do this year, has been put on hold, since it's not still decided if leisure events will continue to exist or not after autumn 16. Then we also have the quality project. I believe most of you are aware of the Golden Apple, the challenge that exists at the moment, which was introduced in Winter 15, and a lot of you have already started to apply for, and we are really thankful for that. It's really encouraging to see you guys applying to the things that we challenge you guys to do, and to actually try to improve yourselves and what you are offering to our stakeholders. Other than that, the quality project also has been finishing the tasks that came from the quality sim in Faro, one of the last events that Faro organized in 2014. And it all came from a document that was prepared there, and we are now in the final stages of the document. Other than that, we have, on the part of the Vivaldi procedure, the season handling project that aims to adapt season handling to the new structure. This one is also mostly finalized. We already have the whole procedure for how the seasons will work in the new structure, how we'll take care of them with less members, and the projects, as in we have teams inside the department that will be taking care of each season. And we also have the stamping procedure project, which has also been finalized, and it will be presented tomorrow with the Vivaldi handbook one. And on the area of supporting LBGs, we have the Veillance project, which this year, Veillance, by the way, means local events on complementary education. Pretty funny name. Basically, this year we were just investigating what were the areas that you guys had needs towards us and would like us to provide you content for this kind of events. And since we have completed all this investigation, it's now ready to be in the implementation phase, but this is a challenge that we are posing to the next management of the department, since this is a project that is a bit larger than the work that will be just specific for the department. Oops. Other than that, we also have the mentors project. Other than the operational work that is done there, like a lot of courses being provided mentors, we also have this year implemented a new structure so that people outside of the committee and outside of the department can also be mentors. And we have the support to Vivaldi responsible project, which basically was done to help you guys out in handling the tools that we have to basically work on the whole Vivaldi procedure. Other external actions: promote target group awareness. Well, last presentation, I believe it might have triggered a bit, you guys. The promote best is on courses. We'll have a discussion group happening with the results of the investigation that we have done throughout the whole year. So you can also participate in it if you are interested in. And enhancing communication with LBGs, we improved the information that we are providing through the help desk, and also we have made an investigation on what can we improve in the ways we communicate with you guys and how we show information to you guys. And now let's go for the internal work. Well, the implemented transition plan, it's mostly the presentation that Orfei has already said. We have been doing everything that was there. Adapting test distribution to the department. This part, it was mostly defined in the summer meeting, and since then it was also implemented. So that the membership in the department is completely defined in terms of tasks and so on. And the research skill needs, well, this one was cut because in the end, what we could do is research the skill needs of these years, since the department will be with people more knowledgeable and so on, so on. So since we were finishing our recruitment in January, we deemed it unnecessary to do it. It would just be wasting our time. In terms of knowledge management, we have facilitate the permanence of knowledge in the department. This was done by defining how can we maintain our knowledge, and in the end we reached the conclusion that we would use the advisory level of the department for it. The create and update position-specific handbooks, it's just the normal thing that you are already used to. Researching EC's wiki, it's already, the new wiki has been implemented. If you check it out, you'll see that it's quite different than it was before. It was implemented in January or February, I'm not sure. And restructure and update the archives, it has been an ongoing process, and it's almost gone. Thank you all for all the LBGs that organized the events where we were participating, and everybody who helped us out during the whole year, and don't forget to contribute in all of our work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Aniceto and EC. This committee is responsible for the external events of this organization and plays a major role on fulfilling the mission of BEST, of developing students through course on technology and other external activities. So let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, the next presentation will be from FinTeam, but before you do, we check that presentation. Please turn off the Wi-Fi on all your mobile devices because the internet is quite bad, and we need it to actually, we need internet to work in order for this plenary to continue. Thank you.
So I would like to call all Fin teamers to the middle. Also, if you are in the current Ibec FR project, you can also join us. So I'm here to present you the work that the Fin team has been doing over this past year. So you can check it on the document on the number that is in the presentation. And what does Fin team do? Just a brief presentation. We help fundraise for Best International Budget. Until now, we have achieved 54.23% of the budget fundraised. We help support GMs and Ibec Final. And we also have the responsibility to maintain and develop the Best Career Support Service of Best. Best Career, yeah. So going through the annual partners and event partners of Best. This year, Best has one corporate partner. It's General Electric. We have these Best Career Support partners, Tallinn Imperial, Mall Group, P&G, Telecom Italia, Whirlpool, Airbus Group, and EPO. We have one supporter, Veolia. And we have three project partners, Amcor, Data Science Tech Institute, and EASA. And finally, as annual partners, we have university partners, have Koch University, IFP School, EIT Digital, Vlark Business School, and ESMT. Now going to the events, for PM Flanders 2015, we managed to fundraise €12,000 with the partners that you can see on the presentation. For Ibec Final Porto, we fundraised 4 companies. We sold all the task partnerships, fundraising a total of €19,500. For BCD 2016, we fundraised a total of 13 partners, making a total of €43,500. Currently, we are working on our project of fundraising for Ibec Final Belgrade. We already have confirmations from EPO and Eaton, and we are now finalizing a partnership with Autodesk, making a total of €12,000 and still counting. Now going a little bit through our annual action plan. Regarding knowledge management, we have been working in maintaining a structured wiki pages and archives. This is an ongoing process, so we are still continuing it. We also focus on creation of project handbooks, because since most of our projects actually overlap, it's really important to maintain a coherent knowledge transfer between one coordinator to another. And also we have been working in increasing the usage of company database to keep track of the contacts and the communication that Fin teamers have with the external companies. Regarding communication, we focused on improving communication towards LBGs, alumni, and internal communication. Regarding LBGs, we have been working in increasing the awareness of the benefits of having the LBGs helping us fundraising their own university as an annual partner of BEST. And we have been developing systems materials to help LBGs to gather the knowledge on how to fundraise and how to get in contact with companies or universities. Towards alumni, we have improving our fundraising network and trying to get in contact with alumni to know if they are working in a possible partner and to gather and fundraise more efficiently. And also discussing and assessing how to involve alumni in our career events, either as participants or owners of companies or startups. Regarding internal communication, we have defined common working methods between projects. As I said, overlapping, it kind of is complicated. And promoting the communication upon annual partner responsibles, because the biggest work is done behind the curtains, so it's actually being an annual partner responsible. And that work is not very visible, and we want to make sure that these people are showing and the transparency of the work is transparent. Regarding services, FinTeam is also responsible in coordinating and maintaining Best Career Support and Best Career Day. Regarding Best Career Support, we have been working during the whole year to create evaluation methods. We also wanted to research upon competition to improve ourselves and to define how we can differentiate ourselves from competition. However, this was way more work than we were expecting, and it got a little bit delayed. And we also have been working on the implementation of Best Career Webinar. We are now communicating with Mall Group in order to organize the next Best Career Webinar. We don't have that date set yet, but look in our Facebook page and subscribe to our channel because all the informations are given. Regarding Best Career Day, we also worked on creating evaluation methods to improve, since this was the first year it was organized as a standalone event without the help of an LBG. We prioritized the contacts for fundraising because we noticed at some point that our contacts were very focused on one area, and we want to improve actually the service that we are delivering to students. So we prioritized two areas that were not so represented. Also, we assessed the possibility of implementing new activities and new types of partnerships in the event. Regarding structure and transition, we finalized all the membership transitions. We have all the members, trainees, and project members already defined. We created, since the beginning of the year, a new integration process and adapted to all of our open projects and evaluated from the beginning since the BCD FR project. And we are now improving for Ibec FR project, and we'll continue it for the PM FR project. We also worked in maintaining a sustainable development path for every member, since the structure transition is something that really affects the way that the member can develop inside the committee. We want to ensure that people all have the same possibilities and have access to a sustainable development path. So finally, we would like to thank LBG Warsaw for hosting FinTeam Summer Meeting 2015, LBG Aveiro for hosting FinTeam Winter Meeting 2016, and everybody who has contributed in a way or another to the development of FinTeam. So don't forget to check on IPP and join our upcoming PMFR project. You are very, very welcome to join. Subscribe to our mailing list, contribute on the work that we are doing. And we have a bunch of FinTeamers here, so don't be scared to approach them and ask them questions if you want to know more about what we do and how we do it. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Constanza and FinTeam. As you know, FinTeam is responsible for providing the financial resources to Best as an organization, which is basically keeping the organization alive and providing that we can have this international structure. So thank you very much. One big round of applause for them. Right now, there's the next block is LTAP. Let's talk about BEST. But before that, some people requested a wake-up game, and I think it's actually good. I will just quickly ask the plenary whether you want to have a wake-up game or not. Okay, I think there are mixed feelings. Let's just have a wake-up game so we can actually enjoy our time here. Do you have any suggestion talk, or we go for sharks? Okay. Okay, can the board come with me to the middle? No, not everybody, you just stand up. Yeah, we can. Yeah, I'll take my mic.
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Talk.
Okay,
why there is echo?
Can an organizer fix this? I know why.
Okay.
Hello. Okay, so just watch the beamers and do exactly what's projected.
All right. Alrighty. Well, certainly much better than the Shark song. I really hope we fulfill your expectation with the wake-up game. And if you are feeling down, don't feel afraid to ask for a wake-up game. The next session is going to be, let's talk about BEST. First, there will be a short introduction from Vitka. And then we'll have a presentation from Fergus from LBG Uppsala, and then from Amato from ITC.
So let's talk about BEST. It's a very traditional session on GMs. It's an opportunity for LBGs to raise the questions and the issues that you want to discuss. And actually, LTAB showed that a lot of changes during the years were implemented because some of the members, delegates, actually mentioned this issue in the plenary. So I hope that this year's discussion will be as fruitful as usual. So let's start with the LTAB.
Okay, so the first presentation will be from Fergus from LBG Uppsala. So I would invite him to go to the middle of the plenary. And I would also ask Amato to be ready for his presentation. For you to get ready for the presentation, like get closer to.
Hello, everybody. I'm Fergus from LBG Uppsala. And I would like to ask you the question, do we need the U shape during general meetings? Last time that I talked with the main organizer of a general meeting, we were talking about the fanciness of the location. And I was wondering, why did you choose such a fancy location? And the answer was, the only facilities that can provide us with such a big room for the plenary, up to a certain level, are only very fancy hotel and conference buildings. Now, this might actually be the main problem because we don't have a host for the next GA. It might be not. But regardless of this, I think it's useful for us to think about whether or not we still need the plenary to be shaped in the form of a U. In the end, in BEST, we like to work on assumptions, we like our traditions, but we don't always wonder if the choice that we make, what is the consequence of the choice that we make and their impact. Examples, for instance, while changing the regional division, do we think about the travel costs and how does actually help us to increase diversity? When we organize train shops, do we actually consider the impact that these train shops have or not on the participants and the LBGs consequently? And regarding the U-shape, does having a U-shape actually help us to have better discussions during the plenary? Is this a fundamental requirement to having a successful general meeting? According to my experience with other NGOs that have either slightly the same numbers or have even bigger numbers, having a U-shape is not a requirement for having a successful general meeting and for the decision-making process. Now, we might think that, yeah, the shape of the Senate, the plenary, is totally fine, but is it? Is this the fundamental requirement to having fruitful discussions? Or maybe we should work, rather than on the U-shape, on the preparation of the delegates for the general meetings, on increasing the transparency of the selection of the extra participants to the general meetings? Should we somehow regulate the way gossip happens during general meetings, so that Jedi mind tricks are less likely to happen on the last day of the general meetings? Now I leave this question to you. And I would like you to reflect on this topic because it might also affect whether or not we will find a host for the next GA. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Fergus. Don't go away yet. Now there's some time for some questions. Okay. Okay, first question is from LBG Vesprem. And then we'll go for LBG Athens.
Thanks for the presentation, Dinesh from Vesprem. What other successful examples did you see in other NGOs?
I think that we could redirect this question to IJ, for instance.
Okay.
Can I?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a theater-style setting, like a stage and rows behind each other, because our general assemblies are also much bigger. But even the meeting we have with 300 people, it's still in a setting of theater-style, auditorium, schools, stuff like that.
Okay. The next question, this is answer your question, LBG Vesprem. Perfect. We'll go for LBG Athens, it was cut. Okay, then we go for LBG Brussels and then LBG Timișoara. LBG Brussels.
Hi, Susanna from LBG Brussels. If you use a theater setting, how do you decide who's going to sit in the back? Is it very convenient to bring around the microphones? How do you solve problems like that?
Okay. I believe this is a question. I would like to focus.
You can answer or she can answer.
Yeah, I would like to focus this on the presentation of let's talk about best rather than a question on IJ.
But it's really directly about the specific shape.
Can I get the microphone to IJ? And one for the presenter.
Okay, so there's two options. One option is that in some cases, every question has to go on stage, and all the people form a question line, and you cannot just ask from your own spot. The other option is that if it's the meeting that we have with 300 people, then there are also microphones being given around, like here, but just not running.
Okay. We are quite late, so I wouldn't take any bullshit now. I'm sorry, design. Did this answer your question, LBG Brussels? Good. We're going now for LBG Timișoara, and then there is a question from the board. Okay, got board cut. So it was from Extra Davor. So now LBG Timișoara.
Okay. Corina, LBG Timișoara. Did the other NGOs you mentioned had ever the U-shape so that they can compare the two methods and state which is the better?
Could you please?
If the other NGOs you mentioned, like that are as big as we are, had ever the U-shape so that they can compare on exactly the same case which was the better, the U-shape or the other forms?
I think for NGOs that have the same size, we could redirect the question to Esteem, and also I think there is Micah that wants to answer.
Okay, can we get the microphone to Esteem? And then two fingers from Bonding.
Micah from Bonding. Actually, our president's meetings are way smaller than yours, but we do the president's meetings in a U-shape, and for the general meetings, we normally use a normal plenary setting where it's not a U-shape. The thing is, I don't think the discussion is which shape is actually nicer. I think we all agree this is way nicer, but we also do the other setting just because it's easier to organize, just because you have more options in hosts and more options in finding locations.
Okay. If this answers your question, then I don't see. Let's go for the next one. Extra Davor, and then Extra Zurita. Davor is there, and Zurita is there.
Extra Davor. Question to Fergus. Did you calculate how much less space we would need if we would change the U-shape?
Between, it would be 3/4, between 1/2 and 3/4 of the size of the current plenary.
Okay, we'll go now for extra Zurita and then extra Evi.
Apart from the financial issue, what other improvements can we get by changing the shape of our plenary?
Well, we cannot know until we try it. Just like with the structure, we are changing, and we will only see after we implement it if it has beneficial effects or not. But the question that I would ask to ourselves is whether does having the U-shape actually have the positive impact that we expect it to have, or is just in our mind? It's just an assumption, or it actually has a positive impact?
Okay, I see some 3 fingers. I don't know if some other LBGs. We still have 2 questions from extra Evi and extra Yaya, but since they're not LBGs, I would prioritize the opinion of LBGs than extra uninvited. Okay, they're cut. Then I will finish now the question round. Thank you very much, Fergus. Now we'll have a presentation from Amato.
Hello, dear plenary. We've had some rather heavy topics, I think, during this block, but now I will just give quite a short presentation, rather light, about actually quite a simple idea. The idea is that actually .doc sucks and .pdf is way better. Why is this? Well, let me just tell you. Over 95% of the proposals and the reports in BEST are in .doc. I think you are all familiar with this amazing view, and you want to check out the proposals, and you click on them, and what pops up? Yeah, this. And you have to click it every single time you want to actually open or save the file, and let's just say that when you want to quickly go through some proposals, this takes quite a while. I just did it on my laptop, a very statistically relevant test. It took 9 seconds on my laptop. It's not the slowest, it's not the fastest, but still, like having to wait 9 seconds, it's enough time to start open YouTube and start watching kitten videos, for example. Also, one disadvantage that I see with using a doc is that it might give quite some issues when you would change a platform. So I'm thinking on Linux, when you go to MacBook, iOS, sorry. Or you change text editor, OpenOffice, whatever. Usually with just pure text is not the case, but formatting can be quite tricky. But actually, it used also not to be able to watch PDF inside of the browser in the document archives. But a bit after President's Meeting Flanders, we actually implemented this in ITC, that you can now click on a PDF from the document archive, and then you see it immediately in the browser. It's something which you see in many sites, but for some reason it took a while for us to get it. Obvious question might be, isn't this not possible to do this also with Microsoft Word inside of the browser? Well, technically speaking, yes, it's possible to do so, but technically it's very, very complex, and it's simply not worth the effort when there are way more pressing issues to develop. So, to just summarize some things of my opinions on this, using PDF would be faster. It's platform independent, mobile friendly, etc., etc. It doesn't spam your downloads folder, because at least for me, when I download Word documents in Chrome, it stays put there, and it's quite annoying to maintain it. But one disadvantage that I have to admit is PDF is not editable. This can give some issues, for example, when you want to extend some handbooks, some guidelines that you download on PA, you edit them and you re-upload them. But I think this is more relevant to certain documents, and in others it's less relevant. So, what is my suggestion? That we in PDF start uploading like reports, proposals, pre-materials, like documents which are considered to be final. Like they wouldn't be edited anymore, so it's read-only and it's not expected to edit them. Like once the board uploaded a report, they have of course the Word version, but nobody in BEST should be able to edit the proposal and then re-upload it to PA. What do we keep in doc? Because of course it's also useful, like minutes to copy paste easily into the report and make your report, or working versions. So you would, for example, create a separate folder on the archive where you have like the Word version of the handbook, of guideline, or whatever not. So how do I proceed? How do I propose to proceed? You just do it. I mean, there's nothing much difficult on it. Next general meeting, your committee meetings, you just upload it in PDF and you keep these things into account. So this was it. It was quite, I think, simple matter, but this is my idea and I annoyed myself a lot with it during this year. Are there any questions or suggestions or statements? Shoot.
Okay. I've seen some. Well, I don't know if the plenary has some question for Amato. I saw quite some thumbs up during the presentation, so I think you have quite so many fans here, as well as PDF. Not as many as Paco and Orpheus, but well.
That's out of my league.
Do you have any question? I believe there's a question from LBG Ljubljana, and then LBG Mostar.
Hi, Dick from LBG Ljubljana. Can the difference in file size be a problem?
Well, I'm not, like, I wouldn't say I'm the expert on this, but file size often, sometimes even reduces in PDF, I think, because it's just not editable anymore. Well, shortly said, I don't know. Like, I don't see it immediately being an issue, and especially when we're talking about big events like general meetings, to upload the documents, I don't even think this is much of an issue, because most of these things are just text files. And there's only a very low amount of files that we have, which is really multimedia. And the document archives only supports up to 20 megabytes, by the way.
Okay. Is that two fingers from Yildiz? Oh, sorry, two fingers from Liège.
Hello, I'm Jason from LBG Liège. I wanted to give a suggestion. Why not simply upload both PDF and docs? So you can have both the positive aspect of each file.
This is indeed an idea, and I do indeed agree that in some cases could we need like the working versions, but do we really want to put it onto the secretary, the board, to upload every single file twice? It's quite a lot of effort, and if there is no actual need to have the doc file, like I don't think any one of us actually downloads a proposal or report with the intent to edit it and then upload it differently. I don't really see this as needed for every document, but yes, there are some cases in which this should be the case for KT purposes. Kia.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mostar Cat. Thank you, LBG Liège, for future reference. That was a one finger because it led into an answer. If you want to stay with the suggestion, it's good. That's two fingers, but if you want to create the question, that's one finger. If there are no more questions, okay, there's one question from the board.
Orpheus from the Caravel. I think it's very useful to have a way to view fast the content, but the drawback of not having it editable is the most significant one. So how feasible would it be to have a doc viewer in PA? I know it's not the easiest thing, but changing the working methods requires a lot of effort. Is it comparable to implementing a doc viewer in PA?
Okay, I did some research into this, and the solutions which are out there, of course, I didn't review them all. First of all, think on how many platforms actually do have such a doc viewer. I know Google Drive and Dropbox, I'm not entirely sure, but that's about it. And these are like kind of top-set companies which really heavily focus on this. I did find some solutions, but these are not freeware. And I wouldn't be comfortable with having ITC code this while there are so many other things to do so. It's indeed a disadvantage, but I don't think this is the way to go.
Okay. Okay. So there's one finger from FinTeam. At the moment, we are 10 minutes late. Can I ask the plenary whether to take the question from FinTeam or finish it now? Can you thumbs up if you... Okay. Just first row delegates. Okay. If for FinTeam, I'm sorry that I cut you, but I want to keep the schedule as much as possible and to let people go for lunch. Thank you very much, Amato. If you have any more questions, just approach him. Okay, so unless there is any announcement, like quick announcement talk that I'm not aware of, we can close the plenary. From Tigro.
Ace from Tigro. Actually, instead of having everyone giving a technical, can we just leave half an hour before altogether instead of stopping the plenary time?
You will not stop the plenary. You will just leave, and these people are excused.
Okay. Okay. LBG Venezia would like to ask the organizers to take a picture of everyone making a GA shape. So if organizers can get in contact with Venezia to fulfill their wish, that'd be great. Good. Okay. One message from Henrik Are. Henrik, can you stand up? Okay, so Henrik is the RA of the Nordic region, and he has volunteered to help with answering questions regarding Reykjavik if you have any questions, like in the breaks and so. Okay. Okay. So yeah, I have this question which is addressed to me. Do you have a girlfriend? You can swipe right. Okay, and that's with announcements. Back to you, Javi.
Okay, thank you, Tok. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. We'll go for the next block, Board Financial Commission Outcomes. Constanza? Yeah. Can I get the microphone for Constanza from FinTeam?
Okay, so as you guys know, yesterday we had the commissions, and from each of one of you was supposed to present. So all of the presenters, please come to the middle. The presentations will be by the order of the commissions, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the finals is the financial shizzle. So. Just remember you have 2 minutes.
So there's a slide. So we had the first board commission with Mariana, and the good points that we saw, that the association with alumni was good established. The evaluation of services were also like progress and completed. And the best career day was also made, and we had the first edition. The improvement points that we saw, that there would need to be improved on evaluations of services. The position of finance officer isn't clear enough. We saw like there are some misunderstandings from the group who were present. And we also had the remark that we shouldn't focus so much on growth, but instability within the organization. Like the board, we saw like they're constantly growing and making the improvements instead of like seeing what now we should go to be a stable organization. And also we saw that it's good to have an LTSP focused on external services, but we need to have some stuff for internal development, because many of, like on international and local level, we have some internal problems that we need also to focus on. So the statements that we concluded, it seems you did good with external services, but there have been no focus on internal stability or development. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. 1, 2, 3. Now, are there any questions on this specific presentation? Then let's go for the second presentation.
Hello everyone. As you know, we did the commissions yesterday, and I will try to present some of the outcomes we had to you. First, let's start with the good points. Improvements, alumni relations. Alumni are very important because they are experienced besties and they are in different stages of life. So the work on improving them, with the relations with them, it's important and it's a good point. Best Career Day as a standalone event. The commission, we thought this was a successful attempt, so it was a good initiative to take. They took care of KM project. As you know, knowledge management is sometimes problematic, so that's very important as well. Amendment system, making easy amendments to proposals, as we will see tomorrow and rest of the events, will be very important. So everyone's thoughts and improvement ideas can go into work. Then there's improvement points. Sometimes we saw problems with visibility and transparency. Some of the work they did weren't clear enough. Like we didn't know, even sometimes they did good jobs on some stuff. So it should be better, more visible. Suggestion, using tools like KPIs could be very useful. We saw the lack of these on the report. There should be more details in the annual action report. Like this is connected with the transparency as well. We need more details sometimes to better understand their work. Communication with international bodies. We saw some communication issues with some of the international teams. So this could be a good improvement point. But overall, we are very satisfied with the work they done. Sometimes they didn't have enough resources, but with the resources they had, the job they did was good. We are satisfied. So thank you, board, and thank you for listening.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Any questions on this presentation? If not, let's proceed with the third one.
So this is the third commission presentation. And the good things the commission found about the board were transparency. We found the board's work really transparent. We like how they've been taking care of legal stuff and also letting us know. And in general, we find the board really hardworking and we're proud of them. Some improvement points. So some people said that they were transparent, but they didn't know where to find the information about how they work. Some people also complain about answering emails. I'll say personally, I wasn't one of them. Some people did complain about Emre not answering like a very urgent email. However, we also asked this person if they had contacted the regional advisor for support, and they didn't. So maybe some guidelines on how to contact would be nice. And in general, the commission backs the annual action report of the board and states that they have few and minor improvement points. It congratulates them for their hard work and transparency. Thank you. Oh yeah, questions?
Okay, if there are no questions, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Let's go for the fourth commission.
Hello. So the first commission, good points. Transparency improved, you fulfilled most of your objectives. We also figured out your semi-annual action report, and this one was really cool, like annual. You also strengthened the brand of BEST through the external relationships, as we see how much where we were presenting and how we're connecting with the NGOs. We see that the communication among the BEST bodies also improved. For example, the contact database. And you also show the LBGs, the good points for hosting internal events, so it's really cool. And you're working on to make LBGs to use LTSP, and also the growth and service strategy also show us where the organization will go. And this friendly amendment also one of the really good points, because you give us more possibility to influence. You're speaking about improvement points. Also, in some way, external relationships area should be like more working on like their handling process. And also, you should find out more ways how to make LBGs to use LTSP. But we're really happy and we're really satisfied with your transparency and your work, and we really would like to tell you thank you. That's all. Questions?
If there are no questions, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Let's go for the 5th commission.
With Fergus and Corina from the 5th commission.
Can you go to the next one? Yeah, so we will start with the good points. We find that information is accessible for the people looking for it. I mean, you can find anything on PA about their work. The board asked for the input from LBG several times, so that was a very good point. And they didn't focus only on the transition plan, but also they improved a lot of things.
Regarding improvement points, investigate how to prevent resignations. That was a problem that was frequent this year. Make the goals in the action plan smarter, meaning specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound. For instance, if the goal contains something like improve the quality or is very generic, it's hard to assess whether it has been achieved or not. It's a matter of good management, transparency, and accountability. On the same topic, introduce key performance indicators for the goals. Be more transparent in the selection process of delegates attending NGOs events. This applies for when there was the ambassador crisis, and for looking for best is to go to events of other NGOs to represent best, the transparencies of the selection process, and communicate resignations more transparently and more promptly.
And our 3 statements are like they should focus more on both long-term and short-term problems of the best. They managed to overcome challenges because this year they had a lot of challenges to overcome. And in general, they did good. I mean, we were pretty positive at the end of the session. Thank you. Yeah, if you have questions.
Okay, then thank you for your presentation. 1, 2, 3. And let's go for the 6th, or no? Yeah, now let's go for the Financial Commission.
Hello everyone, Bonnie from AFR Commission. So, good points. We thought that overall this report was clear and transparent. A bit boring because it's all about numbers, not only, but it talks also about some relevant changes that were made in BES, for example, the value-added tax. But it was really well explained, so it was okay. We concluded also that the financial stability of our association, of our organization, is quite guaranteed. And about the best career day, even though there were unexpected expenses, they were well overcome. The improvement points. We concluded that through the years, refunds are something that are constantly being argued about. So we thought that the refunds policy should be better explained to LBG delegates and to everybody, so we could prevent discussing and asking for each refund every time we have this kind of commission. And yes, also explain the differences better about the invoiced and actual values in the tables where you have the values. So overall, yeah, there's one image missing, I'm sorry. The good part is that congratulations on the job. The report is clear and transparent. But on the other way, shouldn't we think about explaining better the refunds policy in best to its members? Thank you. Are there any questions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thank you for all the people for presenting the commissions. We'll go to the next session on competitions working group from Nuno. Are you also going, Mariana? Okay. So, Nuno and Mariana.
Okay. Okay, so I think it's quite clear. Competitionistas, come on, come into the middle. Please enjoy me. Thanks. Mariana?
Okay, guys, just before you start, sorry. So the competitions working group part, they will present their work at the beginning, and then I will present you the proposal that we have now to establish the competitions department, okay?
Okay, so
Can you check that's on?
On the left side, there is on off.
But it's on. Okay, yeah. Never mind. Okay, so basically, I'm here to present you the work that has been done in competition working group. As you can see, that is the number of the document of the annual action report. However, one thing that you might have noticed is that the work being presented is mainly from December on, or actually end of November. That was the point that we had competition working group kickoff meeting, hosted by Aachen. Thank you, guys. And that was exactly the point where I also actually became the interim competition working group coordinator. But let's start. So basically, competition working group, just a bit of history, was initially formed in 2002. And later on, in 2005, it was ended up being merged with SPOC to form EEC. So this from the last year decisions that happened, and it was decided by LBGs, it was decided that it should be a higher focus on competitions for its development, and it ended up being splitted, the competitions development from EEC, and competition working group was reborn again. So to start off, we ended up defining our statement of purpose, and that is the one that you can see there. Our purpose is to support and develop competitions and its services according to the needs of PEST and to offer a quality service to our stakeholders. Basically, we started off at competition working group kickoff meeting by defining our goals, and from them we ended up having 4 different projects. As you might be aware, one thing in competitions that is really strong in BEST, and it's the main competition in BEST and the only one internationally at this moment, is Ibec. And competition working group is cooperating with Ibec team on 2 projects. Both of them, they are actually a national regional support project coordinated by ULAS, and also Ibec final topic group coordinated by Eduardo Grifo. So I'm going to talk you about a bit what was the work developed on all of those projects. So basically the point of a National Regional Round Support project was to support national regional rounds in order to clarify their doubts, to help them in not only understanding better Vivaldi Ibec handbook, and to solve some problems that might arise, and also to provide an overview of competitions and to always have a certain standard, so to speak, or actually the format so that it's complies with Ibec handbook. Regarding Ibec final topic group, the purpose of it is to develop the topics for Ibec final, both TD and CS, but actually also to give support to the national regional rounds in order to develop their topics. And at this moment, it was already been defined both of the topics of CS and TD. The guides have been worked upon. They've already been tested by the local team of Ibec Belgrade. And so far, everything is on schedule. One project that was decided to start at Competition Working Group Kickoff meeting, and it was exactly in line with the vision of the board, that on the LTSP was the improvement of the quality of our services. For that point, as you might probably be aware, for courses you have Golden Apple at this moment. So for competitions, Golden Cogwheel was born and created. However, it has already been worked upon before by EEC on the last few years. So this project is coordinated by Narcisa from LBG Brazov, if I'm not mistaken. And basically, the point of this is to have a quality standard and a quality award to give to LBGs, to award them for trying to improve their competitions and trying to fulfill certain achievements. All of the system, procedure, achievements list has been worked upon, and right now we're testing in 5 national regional rounds its concept in order to apply it for next year for both local rounds, national regional rounds, and maybe with some adaptations also to competitions outside of Ibec pyramid. Regarding Knowledge Project, this was a project that is basically set to start the base of the work in the future of Competition Working Group, because one thing that is constant and it's clearly visible right now is that the knowledge on competitions, it spreads throughout the best infrastructure. Taking that into account, this project was developed. And so far on IPF it has been gathered and defined the information to use in the future that all the bodies will need. Knowledge management. One thing that you might notice, you have the squares on the side. Yellow means on progress, purple means on delay, and green means done. Basically, the only thing that hasn't been started so far was the research on old archives. However, all of the other ones are going according to plan, except Archives Researcher and Wiki page. But those ones are being finalized and should be done by the end of GA, or not that later. Regarding the knowledge process, we already have also all the folders and also all documents are being kept in order to use for later on, and it in handbooks and guidelines have been updated according to the needs of LBGs. Regarding the evaluation of competitions, we already have defined which information to gather from participants. We already created the forms and we are actually being implemented now. Some national regional rounds were not done in time for applying them, that's why it's delayed. Regarding the development systems, one thing that was defined was actually to promote competitions outside of BEST. However, due to initial HR problems, those ones are quite delayed, and we focused on developing other things, such as tools to analyze the data from the evaluations. Cooperations with international bodies. Basically, a competition working group cooperates with cooperated with Ibec team, Educo, also with VP services and LBGs, and also the national regional rounds core teams. And so far, things have been going a bit well. However, they were a bit slowed down by the initial problems. Regarding structure, mainly everything is done. Projects are also on IPP. Currently, there's no open project. However, soon it will start Ibec Golden Cogwheel. Some small statistics. So far, it has been 1/3 of the national regional rounds. I've applied for Golden Cogwheel. That will have a presentation later on. And basically, I just want to thank LBG Aachen for hosting Competition Working Group kickoff meeting. That really helped us to kickstart our work. I want to thank the Caravel for all the support, mainly Mariana and also Orpheus, regarding the structure. Ibec team for cooperating along with us, and also ITC and all the international HR members for helping me in defining the structure and the work. And obviously everyone that is in the middle and that is not here. that helped us to work upon everything. Okay, questions. And I'm sorry for being a bit late.
Are there any questions? Okay, the questions will happen after the proposal. So thank you, Nuno. 1, 2, 3. Now we have a presentation from Mariana on the proposal for competitions working group to become a department.
So you all have this proposal. You can open it in your tablets. It's proposal 25. And it's the proposal to establish competitions department. Why competitions department? Because they would take care of the operational work related with competitions. And what happened since September? You saw what Nuno explained. And we had some minor problems, I would say. First, because competitions department or competitions working group is actually a new thing in BEST. So it's not a matter of adaptation to the new structure, it's a matter of creation too. And more than that, we also had a resigner. This is a very common problem this year, apparently. And it got the work a little bit delayed. Therefore, we were brainstorming about some alternatives for establishing the department, and you can see them in your proposal. One of the options was actually removing competitions working group, but that would lead us to no development of other projects because they would have to take care of operational work also, or delaying the establishment of the department. In the end, what we are actually proposing is none of this. We are actually proposing the establishment of the department because we think that it really means a lot to BEST to push and have something or somebody that actually takes care officially of this operational work. So yeah, the purpose of competitions department is to support the development current and new competitions inside of BEST. Nice BEST there. Lame. Okay. To keep an overview of competitions inside of BEST. Support LBGs in the organization of competitions, ensure the quality of competition-related events, and promote competitions inside BEST. Competitions are not just Ibec, they are more than that, and we can develop a lot. Yeah. So if the proposal is approved, BEST will have a new department from the 1st of July. If it is not approved, no changes on department regulations will be made regarding to the establishment of competitions department. So, any questions?
Are there any questions? You can check the proposal P25 on your tablets. And also the report from Competitions Working Group.
Me and Mariana won't point you.
I will.
Okay. If there are no questions on either the proposal or the presentation from Competitions Working Group, then let's give them a huge round of applause. Okay, perfect. Now we will have a presentation on new server infrastructure from Dino from ITC. So Dino, please go to the middle.
Good morning. My name is Dino, and I'll present you what we did in ITC concerning the well-beingness of PA and public website, and also some other services that we improved. So, server talk. Compared to last few years, we now run 3 Hessner servers compared to 2 we used to do. And these servers are hosted in Germany. It's a service company that provides us with very high availability and instant repairs. Like a few years ago, we had actually this summer we had a hard drive failure, as a hard drive crashed, and like they replaced it within 5 minutes. Very cool company. And although we have 3 servers running PBS and PA, we don't have like 3 PAs, 3 public websites like we used to have a few years ago. But instead we use something called hproxy to make those 3 servers act as one, which is very cool. And why do we need this? Okay, one of the things it provides us is load balancing. We split the traffic between multiple servers, so none get overworked. And also it allows us to do something to use redundancy, which means that if a server fails, our services are still running because we have multiple servers which are working on those services. Okay, too much technical, black magic? Let's go to a nicer example. For those of you who don't know, this is a beer hat. You use it to drink beer. And it has multiple cans of beer, instances of beer, connected to some kind of piping to one user's mouth. And what does this have to do with servers, you may ask? Well, you drink beer, and in case one of the cans runs out, do you stop drinking beer? No, you can drink from the other cap. And you just replace this one while you're drinking it, which is extremely good for your liver. Okay. Now, some other things we did. We improved the security of our site now we're using HTTPS. And this also makes us better ranked in the Google search. And also, you'll now get your emails faster. There'll be less delays in future. And very soon, you'll be able to set up your @best.org email to a Gmail account with your PA username and password. And for the end, the other thing we did is we improved the monitoring. So like now people won't have to call us to say PA is down. Could you fix it? But instead we'll know instantly. Questions?
Okay. Do you have any question on Dino's presentation on server infrastructure? Did you all understand the presentation? Okay, good. For the more tech-savvy, I encourage you to approach ITC people. For the other people who did not fully understand the presentation, I encourage you to just thank ITC for making these changes and improving our IT infrastructure. Okay, thank you. Moving on, we have now a presentation on local educational involvement from Ulas from Educo. So Ulas, the stage is yours.
Hello guys, I'm Ulash from Educo, and today we'll discuss about local educational involvement. Oops. Okay. As we already know, not all the LBGs are that quite perfect that we expected. But sometimes we need to improve our university relations. Sometimes we need to improve our recognition throughout university, throughout our students' organization, and throughout our students also. And also we want always get the support of the university and our companies. And sometimes that we also want to make students' voice heard. These are the reasons that why we want to be educationally involved. And what we are doing with this, we're let's say, processing students' feedbacks to the teachers directly. But what does look like LOE like? So, especially LBG own LOEs. So, they gather students, professors, and companies, and also like representative professors and companies, and they make an educational event, let's say. But how are you gonna start organizing an LOE? You can contact us, like we have some kind of subcommittee, which name is LOE Task Force. And you can always ask for our mentors. You can always ask help about selecting topics. And also you can always ask the session and facilitation tactics. That means that you can ask or you can do anything that you need. So we have this UR matrix, thanks to Clement, he did it done last year. And we have, as you see right up, there are some properly supported and recognized LBGs. And left side, you can see recognized but not enough supported LBGs. And other right side, you can see properly supported but not enough enough recognition LBGs. And there's very unlucky LBGs that has nothing. Yeah, throughout you these categories has little criteria that you can actually define where is your LBG. So maybe you're in supported and not recognized. I don't know, maybe you're not recognized and you're not supported at all. So you can define your LBG's position in this UR matrix and you can get involved LOEs to solve your problem. So about professors and students, you can arrange meeting with professors about local educational involvement. And also you can arrange some meetings with the students that you may ask if they really want to this LOE in your university. And also you can make a little survey to understand what they need or what they expect from the event. There are some informations about, not information, there are some formats about LOEs. Actually, there is no settled and predefined format for LOEs, as I said before. But yeah, there is some kind of recommendation from us that we assigned before. You may use it or you may not use it all the time. So we see LOE technology example, which is a quite very good example actually for LOEs. Also, we have LOE Brescia, which includes the true roundtables. Also, we have LOE Tallinn Learn Cafe, first sessions each 30 minutes, and also LOE Moscow. And I wanted to just be careful about this, and all these LBGs are actually quite nice LBGs. Now we are in Tallinn, and they had LOE actually, and they're really beneficial from it. So, you decided to have LOE. I'm sorry. You finished LOE, but it doesn't mean that you cannot get beneficial from still it. So, that means that you can use your minutes throughout the event, and you can use your LOE materials throughout your LOE, and you can make valuable report. Luckily, we have a LOE report template, so you can ask a template from us. And okay, you wrote the report, and what are you gonna do with it? You can send it to your university, which makes everything easier because it increases recognition into your university and also professors. You can attend conferences, most preferably local conferences, because because it's local, their members is local, their participants local. So it's preferably go to the local conference. And also you can tell the EDUCO that we can also beneficial from it because we're writing papers from it. Unfortunately, yeah, no upcoming LOEs. I know some LBGs is quite interested about this concept. To be honest, in the RMs, let's say I don't want to give a specific LBG, but in RMs they approach me and they want to do LOE. But as EDUCO, we don't have any official announcement that we want to say we want to host LOE. So if you want, if you need anything, if you need to ask something, or if you want willing to host the LUE, please approach us. Actually, we are me and Dragan over there, so you can approach all the time. Yeah, according to us, after the event, you can also use our mailing list. We have specific mailing lists for force LUEs, which is indicated there. Also, you can approach our LUE force task coordinator, which is Eglo Brokaite. So,
can you wrap up, please?
It's over.
Okay.
Yeah, it's over.
Okay, good. Do you have any question for Ulas? Okay. We have one question from LBG Aachen. Can I get the microphone to LBG Aachen? Thank you. We'll go first Aachen, then LBG Podgorica.
Hello, Miriam from Aachen. Were these LEOE organized in English or in the hosting LBG language?
It depends. It actually, concept of LUEs, it really depends what you want to do. You can do English, you can do like German. Yeah, it depends what you're gonna do. Actually, it depends what you want to do with your LUE.
Okay, we'll go now for a question from LBG Podgorica, and then the next one is from LBG Thessaloniki. So, can I have the other microphone going to LBG Thessaloniki? Thank you.
Stefan from Podgorica. Can you tell me those templates are based on something or they're generic for the reports?
Templates. I'm sorry?
You mentioned like if we want to organize templates, so we have to make a report afterwards, like valuable one. So you said we can contact you, like Educo team?
Yeah, actually you don't have to write a report after LUE, but if you want to present your work in conferences or in front of your professor, you can write it. We have the template of report. Also, we have some kind of pre-designed, let's say, template for LUEs, but you don't have to apply it. If you want to apply it, we have some kind of choices, let's say.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. And then the next question is from LBG Thessaloniki, and the next one is from LBG Brasov.
George from LBG Thessaloniki. I just wanted to ask if there has been like an LOE organized by more than one LBG, and if this idea has been explored by Educo.
Actually, there's a concept like NEOE, National Event on Education. I didn't see it before. Maybe I'm too young to see that. But you can do like this. You can combine, for example, with Thessaloniki with Athens, because you guys both have this LOE type. So you can combine your LOE, and you call it NEOE. So I guess what you mean in this case? Okay.
We have two fingers from Educo. Before going to Brasov, we have two fingers from Educo.
Dragana from Educo. Actually, there are really cool outcomes out of the summer Educo meeting in Porto last year and the IPF this year. And there are kind of like 3 levels of LEOEs you can organize, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. And you can find out more about this on the international rally today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then the next question is from Educo, and the next one will be from Bucharest. Brasov, then Bucharest.
Hello, Dragos from LBG Brasov. One question, what's the best way to find the topic for an LOE?
Actually, it depends on the university, because every university has a different educational matters problem. So, you know better the problem than ours, but still you can contact us while choosing your topics. We can always help you, eager to help you. So, in this case, yeah, surveys is a good way to understand what's the problem. You can make small survey and do it with just one day in the university, and you can gather input, like problems input from students. Then you can set a topic.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The next question is from LBG Bucharest. Before we go there, I think it's just a matter of respect for the people who are presenting and for the people who are asking questions that we pay attention to them. This is why LBG Tallinn is organizing this event. And please do not use your phones, do not check your WhatsApp messages. Please focus on the plenary. Go ahead, Bucharest.
Antonia from LBG Bucharest. My question is, what are exactly the requirements for LEOEs, and if we can organize them on our own and you just help us, so we have to apply to Educo for this?
Actually, you don't have to apply. We don't have any requirement. If you want to host LEOE, you can host anytime. That's why we have like different types of LEOEs. As Dragana said before, we have 3 main topics about like 3 main level of LEOEs. Beginner, intermediate, and advanced. You can, yeah, these are defined, but you can also, you cannot like, you prefer not to choose them. You can create another type of LEOE that you want, and there's no recruitment for this. So we don't have any settled number of LEOE. Unlike EOE, we have like 2 or 3 LEOE for a year, but I don't know, 15 LEOE if you want to host. If there is LBG, you can do it.
Okay. With this question from LBG Bucharest, we finalize all the question round. Please approach Ulas and the rest of the Duco people, especially during the international rally. Thank you very much. Okay, perfect. So by request of the plenary, we will have a wake-up game that we couldn't have before. So do you want to go to the middle? We will play the Sharks wake-up game. Yeah, or... I mean, if at some point you have... also, if coordinators want to join us, if at some point you have a proposal for a wake-up game, please feel free to send a note to talk. It would be more than appreciated. Okay. I hope you are more energized. If you need the wake-up game, don't be afraid to ask for it. We'll continue with the next presentation on grants restriction from Grants Working Group and Emre.
Hello, good afternoon. This is Emre from the Caravan, and this is Ramazan. Okay.
Ramazan from Grants Working Group.
And we will, as you might seen in the budget of PES, there are some restrictions regarding the grant. So we will present it so it will be clearer for everyone. So let's start.
So, basically, there's a grant that is named by Erasmus Plus agreement. And this money comes from European Commission, and they are investing this money in order to improve Europe and European people in general.
So where this money goes, it actually helps us to organize internal events and support our members to go to internal events so they can contribute to development of the organization. As you see in the budget, just for the internal events, there are like more than 40,000 euro allocated.
So what was like before? We have a 3 years agreement. I will present it later. And with this money, we are providing our support to LBGs for internal events. But we were doing it a bit randomly, and we were distributing it like according to our needs in general. But of course, everything is changing, so this rule has changed also. So these restrictions are coming from European Union and European Commission. They are changing everything every year, so we have to adapt ourselves.
So let's talk about the restrictions. As you will have the presentation tomorrow about strategic meetings, they required us to have at least 13 strategic meetings in order to support the organization of, like, let's say, the continuous or development of the organization. And also one of the other requirement is that to make sure that these strategic meetings are happening in the eligible countries. Eligible countries means that these countries are actually supporting the Erasmus Plus program and they are giving money to this pool.
So?
Yeah, oops, maybe it's better, okay. So that means that these uneligible countries, if the events are happening in these countries, that means that we are giving the money, let's say returning money to European Commission. For each event, it's more or less around 3,000 euro.
So what you can still do is that you can still organize training events, short intensive meetings, workshops, and we will also provide some internal support for them. But firstly, you should contact with us so we can investigate some more ways to overcome this issue.
And also, as you see in the proposal, the event strategic meetings are quite flexible, except President's meeting and General Assembly. So we will evaluate the situation. The next board will investigate the constant evaluation and ensure that if you would like to organize an event, such as IPF or other board meetings, so we will ensure that you will be able to receive financial support and contribute to development of the organization. Questions?
Okay, we have one finger from LBG Turin. Okay, first of all, we'll have a clarification from LBG Aachen, right behind you. Can we get one of the two microphones for questions? Thank you.
Miriam from Aachen. Can you please clarify again the ineligible countries? I didn't get it.
So these ineligible countries are not part of the Erasmus Plus program money pool. So yeah, if your event is happening in one of these countries, that means Switzerland, Ukraine, Russia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Serbia, that means that you have to return the money. So that, for example, there are 13 events are happening, and one of them happen in, let's say, in Serbia. So that means that you need to return 3,000 euro back to European Commission that you received from grant. Is that clear? Turkey is the Erasmus Plus program country. And also Macedonia, since they are in the membership, applying status, let's say.
Okay. This is answer. Okay. So let's go first with Turin, and then okay, Turin Cat. Then let's go for Ekaurfu, and then Kiev.
Thank you very much for micro. Daria Kaurfu, I don't know, maybe I missed the point, but could you clarify which events are covered by Erasmus+? Which kind of events could be covered?
So basically, we are covering general meetings as GAs and PMs, and we, I don't know, we put strategic meetings, and it will be 11 events. So these events will be like summer IPF, winter IPF, international HR meetings, or some SIMs, etc. It will be defined by the next board, not next board, but basically these are the events, big events.
We have two fingers from Extra Zurita. Can you pass the microphone to Extra Zurita? Thank you.
Extra Zurita, does this mean that we will never get grants if we do, like, for example, GA in Bosnia or in one of these countries, like from Erasmus+?
We will have a support, but we will lose the, how can I say, the part of the money that we are spending in that country. Let's say we organize a GA in Bosnia, and we spent, I don't know, maybe 10,000 euros. So since we will not be able to make it proved by bills and stuff, we should return that money to European Commission. Is it okay?
Okay. Then the next question is from LBG Kiev. And then the next one would be from LBG Ankara.
Hi, I'm Dasha from Kiev. So yeah, the point with these eligible countries, so it means that, okay, we will get money, but you will lose the part of them, so we will get less money, right? Yes, that's true. And does it affect the, for example, if one of these countries want to apply for hosting these kind of projects, does it affect to the decision of choosing? Like, thank you.
For this kind of situation, and especially if you are requesting inter-Levan support from the budget, first you should contact international board, then they will evaluate the situation with all the pros and cons, and they will decide.
Thank you.
So it's quite flexible, and we will see from, it will be depend on the case to case, let's say.
Okay. Then the next question is from LBG Ankara, and the next one would be from LBG Izmir.
Metin Oktay from LBG Ankara. Will the restrictions affect this year's Ibec final in Belgrade?
Ibec final is not covered under the Erasmus Plus grant agreement, so it is not affecting the Ibec final.
Thank you.
Okay. We have a question now from Izmir, and then we'll go to Turin.
Emrecan from Izmir. So if one of these countries organize a strategic meeting, does it count towards the 11 strategic meetings rule for the grants themselves? You know, there is a rule that like you need to make 11 strategic meetings or they will not give us money. Does it count towards that if one of these countries organize strategic meeting?
So basically, you are organizing one of these 11 events in somewhere. So the thing that you have in your hand is 10 events. So according to the grant, you will get support with 10 events, not 11.
Yeah, okay, I got the answer. Thank you.
So if you're organizing event in these countries, that means that they are ghost event. For them, it doesn't exist.
Okay. We have two fingers from the board.
Paco from the Caravel. When we analyzed these strategic meetings, we saw that we are organizing way more events that could be eligible as strategic meetings than 13. Like events that could fit in there could be short intensive meetings, workshops. So if we are aiming also to remove all the committee meetings, we will have even more short intensive meetings. So in case some of these short intensive meetings are happening in countries that are not eligible by Erasmus+, we will just not include them in the report and we will include some other events. So we would still be able to have more than 13 events to choose from.
Just to complement what Paco said, it's 100% true. It's quite flexible when it comes to reporting, but just you need to contact the international board. The only thing is that is not flexible is the President's meeting and General Assembly, which is defined in the statutes as a statutory event. Apart from the strategic meetings, this is the part not flexible. The rest is quite flexible.
Okay, we'll go for the next question from LBG Turin.
Amedeo from LBG Turin. Okay, my question is for you and also for the board. For example, we have a lot of connection with all the biggest European Association of Students, and there are some roundtables about this to show the problem to the grants or European Union or whatever. There are some roundtables or some discussion with this argument for this nation and countries, because it's for every event, every type of event. They are not financeable.
So you are asking, correct me if I'm wrong, you are asking if BES is involved in this debate that to include uneligible countries in the ineligible countries category?
The first question is if there are some debates, and the second one is if there are, yes, if the BES is involved with other events on education or during the year, if there are some discussion about that.
I will direct this question to Clemente because he's involved in external relations.
Can we have one microphone coming to the board? And in the other microphone going to Aachen? Thank you.
Yeah, there's the main organization that is actually taking care of this kind of problem is the European Youth Forum. They represent the 100 biggest European youth NGOs, and a lot of them actually received this grant and have the same problem. So they actually had like more than once this year discussion groups on this topic in which several NGOs gave their opinion. I was personally in one of them, and they are in contact with the European Union to try to enhance this Erasmus Plus program so that NGOs can benefit more, even if they are incurring into problems like the one that we are presenting now.
Okay. Does this answer your question, LBG Turin? Good. Okay. I see some 3 fingers. Can I see, can first row delegates vote whether they want to continue with this discussion or not? Yes, we want to continue the discussion. Thumbs down, no, we don't want to continue the discussion. Okay, we will not continue the discussion. Delegates from LBG Aachen and Extra Sasha, please approach Emre and Ramazan afterwards. Thank you very much. Perfect. We'll continue with the next presentation on Ibec Project 2016 from Nagia. No. Nagia and Ulash?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, guys, we want to invite involvement people in Ibec project for this year, who are NRR coordinators and main organizers of local rounds. Could you please come here? If NRR coordinators of or main organizers of local rounds, we want to present with you. Okay. Okay, thank you, guys.
I would also like to invite Nuno, Competitions Working Group Coordinator, to come here. So many of them. So, hello guys, I'm Naya, I'm Ibec Final Corporate Relations Responsible, and this is Ulas, our NRR supporter. We're members of Ibec team. And we're going to present you what's going on with Ibec Project 2016.
Is it on?
Now, yes. So, as you know, due to the transition to the new structure, we didn't have Ibec kickoff meeting, but we did have Competitions Working Group kickoff meeting.
where we defined some goals regarding to Ibec project as well, which means the goals were defined were the proper support structure for Ibec project. We want local rounds and national and regional rounds to have a coherency between them. We need to increase the media and press coverage for Ibec final, and also improve the quality of Ibec. This happens with the Golden Cogwheel project, which is also for competitions, and Uno will describe it better in the next presentation tomorrow. About our internal strategy, our main goal was to ensure proper knowledge management through our materials, through reporting, increase the satisfaction of all stakeholders, which means companies, university, and participants during Ibec final, and to the whole pyramid as well. And for sure, have proper evaluation system after Ibec final, increase the recognition of Ibec brand about all MES members, and as I told you, a coherent communication between local rounds and national and regional rounds. According to Ibec 2016 and the public relations and marketing updates, we redesigned the Ibec materials this year. We are, our public relations and marketing responsible for Ibec final is in constant communication with all the local peers and national and regional rounds PR coordinators. We improved our social media posts and increased the awareness of Ibec project towards best members. We also updated the copy materials into PA. About the knowledge management, as I told you before, we are trying to report every single part of Ibec team is writing a report, monthly report, in order to have transparency and know what the whole work that has been done till that level. We're going to develop knowledge transfer documents and materials by the end of the mandate of Ibec team. And we also, during Ibec short intensive meeting, we had involvement and made some changes in Ibec handbook for Ibec project, which means that we made some changes in order to have updated things into current state of Ibec project.
Okay, evaluating NNR division. As you might know, we have current NNR division. We have 7 regional rounds and 8 national rounds. And basically, we don't have so much problem about these national and regional rounds. But for give an example, we have Ibec Baltic. And in Ibec Baltic, we have Ibec Kaunas and Ibec Riga. And if hosting LBG is in the Ibec Moscow, and participants have to apply for a visa to go there, and sometimes some crucial problems can appearing. So we discussed it a bit with NRR coordinators, but we didn't choose the change current NRR division, so it will be the same. And we improved the communication with local rounds, and we sent the thanks letter for organizing each local rounds to local boards and also their main organizers. And we have NRR as the external events for the next plenary. It will be present in the PM Warsaw. And we had a Ibec team in Belgrade. And Ibec team and Ibec final local core team, topic crew members, and members of Ibec Belgrade participated Ibec team. And we evaluated current progress of Ibec project. And we define next step for the 5 months till Ibec final event. And Ibec events so far, number of local rounds has decreased compared to last year. 77 local rounds and plus 9 NRRs so far. And Ibec events by the end of J. Tomorrow, all Polish LBGs will start, sorry, and that means by the end of GA, we're gonna have 83 local rounds and 10 NRRs. And Ibec task awards, we're gonna have just 2 basic requirements: just organize local rounds or NRRs, and update your task on the competition task database in private area. And after that, topic team will make a decision upon the best task, and application period will start on the 23rd of May. And okay, just last part. And what can you still do something for Ibec projects? And since all working teams are set up so far, like media team, Ibec topic group, or Ibec final FR team, you just have chance to apply as co-organizer, Ibec tester, and organize Ibec final 2070.
Ooh.
Okay, thank you. Thank you guys for listening, and we can get your questions.
Do you have any questions on Ibec project?
Come on.
Questions?
It was bullshit.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that right now in all Polish LBGs, the winners of the local rounds are evaluated, or they already know their places. So it's the, I don't know, nice moment that right now the presentation about Ibec is taking part as well.
Cute. 1, 2, 3. Any other question or statement? Okay. Well, Ibec is one of the biggest projects of BEST, and these people that you have in the middle are working for this to be happening, for this to have BEST as a reference in the whole of Europe, in the world of student engineering competitions. So I think they deserve a huge round of applause. Okay. I just want to remind that the people who are now leaving the plenary are excused because they're going to prepare for the international rally. We will continue now with a presentation on the financial statements from the year 2012-2015 from Olaf from the submarine.
Okay. I will present to you now a short presentation about financial statements. You have the materials on your tablet. It's the balance sheet and the statement of assets and liabilities and the proposal. But please don't check it now. You can check it later. Pay attention to the presentation because I'm not actually going to go through it. First, a bit about financial reporting in BEST. In PM, you have the semi-annual financial report, and then in GA you have the annual financial report, which is the one I'm represented now. These are more or less just updates on how the financial situation is going. The important report happens in PM. This is where we actually take a decision on approving last year's finances. And then in GA, the following year, we have the financial statement. So what is actually this? First, the finance of BEST concerns the entire organization. So it's up to all of you to evaluate, give input, and eventually approve the financial decisions and how we're going with the organization. So this happens in the first general meeting after a mandate through a financial report for the year I'm now presenting for 2014-15, this was approved in PM Flanders. This report contains an overview of partners, special financial matters happening in the mandate, conclusions of the mandate, and it also contains the financial statements, which is the balance sheet, the statement of activities, and also all the out and inflows. However, Belgian law requires the General Assembly to approve the financial statements before we submit them. This is one of the obligations we have as a Belgian organization, and if we don't do this, we might get dissolved. So it's important. However, these have been approved in PM, but PM is not GA. For some reason, we have defined PM and GA as two separate events, with different powers, which means these statements that you will vote upon now, they have been approved by the plenary in President's Meeting 2015 in Flanders, and now they have to be approved in GA. So it's the same decision making, but you are now in a GA, while it was a PM. It doesn't really matter, it's the plenary that says it. So they are approved, so we are not actually going into the discussions about these decisions, but we need the GA to approve them. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you very much, Olaf. We'll go for a question from LBG Belgrade.
Hi, Milos from Belgrade. Since this will probably happen year after year after year, since the law is like that, wouldn't it be easier for us to change how we define PM and GA so that this doesn't have to keep going on?
That is a very valid question, but it's outside the scope of this session, outside the scope of this presentation. But it's something that has been investigated, and I think the board is working on it. Commento?
Yeah, this is actually one of the topics in which we are in contact with the lawyer to find a good solution for, and hopefully in the future we might actually change this, but it requires a lot of investigating to change the way that we define our general meetings. This is like a huge thing that we need to be extremely sure of what we are doing if we are going to do it.
Okay. If there are no more questions about the financial statement presentation from Olaf, thank you very much. Okay. Before going to the next presentation, I would just like to mention that the delegate that just left is excused because she has a health issue, and I appreciate that she mentioned this, didn't leave the plenary, but actually communicate this, and this is actually the way things are supposed to work. We'll continue with the presentation on doctors and regulations from Vitka. So Vitka, the stage is yours.
Hello again. I think it's the last time today, so. While we are waiting, you can open proposals number 14 and 15, right?
Yes.
Okay.
There are proposals 13 and 14.
13, 14?
Yeah.
Close enough.
On your tablets. Okay. If you have already opened the proposals, I suggest that we make a wave. We will start going in this way, so Aachen till CP, and then we'll come the other way around. Is that okay? So. Perfect. Thank you very much for the waves. Our presentation just arrived. So Vitka, it's Vitka time.
So this presentation is about proposals number 13 and 14. I hope you opened it. So let's firstly talk about a bit about nursing process. Which groups are under nursing process? First of all are dear OBGs, baby members, monitoring members, and suspended members. Have this in mind while we are discussing further. So a bit of the history, how the nursing process was going before. So if you were one of these groups that I just mentioned, VPLGS would contact an LBG that is potentially wants to be a nurse. This LBG would say, yes, we want to be a nurse. And they would choose inside of their LBG one person to be a doctor. This person was usually an experienced member of an LBG. What is happening now, and I'll explain why. We have a doctor that is not necessarily from the nurses LBG, but this doctor actually comes from the membership team. So we realized there are quite some issues with old way and the new way also. So basically, with problem with the old way, have this in mind, is that first of all, nurses, so the LBG was responsible to picking the doctor. Sometimes LBG would pick a person to be responsible for communication, and this person would not be knowledgeable enough, or would be very experienced member of an LBG that is not motivated anymore to actually work for best. So this was quite an issue, and doctors, it happened that the doctors would change quite a lot inside of the LBG. Then we had the problem of lack of knowledge in the nursing LBG and lack of communication flow and overview. Since the nurse LBG was the ones responsible giving all the information to the groups, monitored, suspended, OBGs, babies, sometimes their knowledge and the stuff, the knowledge transfer they were giving was not accurate, which is a big issue. Especially if the nurse LBG is explaining, for example, regulations, responsibilities of full members and so on, and not giving proper information. It was very hard for VPLGS to actually overview this process and see how the communication is going, how the whole transfer is being done. Then, huge problem was lack of objectivity in nurses, plenary statements and reports. So one of the responsibility for the nurses was to give a statement if, for example, baby LBG would run for a full membership. However, what happened in my year and previous years was that sometimes LBGs weren't really comfortable with doing this. They wouldn't feel that their nursee is ready, but they would feel awkward to actually say this in front of the whole plenary, so they would just kind of lie. Then there was this huge problem of lack of LBGs that are able and willing to be nurses. On last LBG reports, not this before GA, not before GA Tallinn, but before PM Flanders, we had 17 LBGs willing to be nurses for the OBGs and 19 LBGs willing to be nurses for monitored groups and suspended groups. However, quite a lot of these LBGs weren't actually were disregarded because they had some bigger internal issues on their own and they had to focus on their own LBG. The rest of the LBGs, I contacted quite a lot of them and they declined. So there's quite a lot of demotivation in taking this challenge because it's quite a big challenge. Which leads us to a conclusion that most nursing relationships are not functional, they're not beneficial, which also, this statement is complemented by the survey I made with the LBGs that are being nursed. From 6 LBGs that filled in the survey, 5 of them rated their cooperation with the nurses quite negatively. So what we want to make changes in internal regulations and regulations on admission and exclusion. So for the internal regulations, we have this definition. A nurse is defined as well-functioning full or associated member, giving the responsibility by the international board or the GM to assist another group. We want to exchange that with a doctor is an experienced member from an LBG, given the responsibility by the international board to assist the best group in need of help. Then we have this statement, a nurse helps to reactivate activity, recruit new members to assure continuity and provide general support, which we want to replace with a doctor helps to reactivate activity, recruitment members to assure continuity and provide general support. This is regarding IRE. Now let's see what RAE says, because we want to change RAE also. What are the responsibility of nurses right now? I stated this is in IRE. Then they have to help in the creation of action plan. They have to write the proposal for the OBG to become baby and suspended to become full. They should report activity of the nurse group and how they're following the action plan. And they have to write a report for the baby and suspended members. What we want to do is switch these responsibilities from nurses to doctors. So we're not trying to kill the nurses, let's say. We think that cooperation between two LBGs is always a good thing. Sharing working methods is always a good thing. However, we don't want LBGs to be responsible for it. We want to have special knowledgeable people that have a proper KT to do so, to be responsible for it. And we think that this change can really help solve the problems that we already mentioned. So please ask questions now.
Yep. Thank you very much, Vitka. Okay, can you please, like, whoever, yeah, okay. Just give us a second for us to write down the names. First, we'll start with one finger from Isparta, and then a question from, like, one finger from LGBT Belgrade.
Hello, we're from Sparta. I just want to ask that for now, all the doctors inside of BEST are also the member of the membership team, or we are just still trying to change it?
For now, all the doctors are the members of the membership team. However, if membership team becomes a membership department, this will be an open project. So anybody with knowledge about LBGs, about regulations, full members' responsibility, and so on, will be able to apply to become a doctor of some LBG. And they will, to continue, sorry, they will get a proper KT, and actually membership team is currently working on the handbooks and documents to make it like really high-level KT.
Okay, good. We'll go now from a question from LBG Ankara, and then it's LBG Copenhagen.
Metin Oktay from LBG Ankara. Currently, we are the North LBG for Sparta, and for like 6 months, membership department is not a new thing. Actually, it's establishing, but the membership team was actually the same concept. But in the past, we had doctors. But like this year, for like 6 months, we didn't have a doctor. And actually, in the Tigro winter meeting, we accidentally learned that for 2 months, we had a doctor, but the doctor wouldn't even communicate it with us. So in the previous concept was working actually, but with the new concept, this year, almost nothing done for our side. So from my side, it seems it doesn't solve the problems, but it make the problems higher. So can you clarify a bit what's your opinion?
Okay, this is very connected with actually establishment of the membership team, and you will hear about it a bit later. We had kind of a gap in the members and the motivation of the members, events and so on from, let's say, last year, spring 2015 till actual membership sim. We didn't have people motivated to do their work properly. We didn't have enough members. We had to recruit later and so on and so on. So when we actually managed to make an action plan, have an event, motivate people to work on it, I think the situation changed a lot. Sparta got a new doctor. So I think the communication now is much better than it was before. I don't know if Sparta can like give a statement about this, but yes.
Okay. First, to respect the order, we'll go for extra Francesca, and then Sparta, you also had 2 fingers. Okay. So first, extra Francesca, and then Sparta, please.
Francesca, extra. I would like to say that mostly depends on the people that that was your daughter, and not from the work of the membership team. It's also depend from your behavior towards the doctor.
Okay. 2 fingers from Sparta.
Hello again, Ur from Sparta. Firstly, I just want to say that Metin Oktay is kind of right with his thoughts, because I also think that having a doctor outside of the nursing LBG is, let's say, kind of issue. But however, our doctor is quite better than the former doctors, and we are communicating a lot. So we have to, let's say, improve between communications with the nurse LBG and doctors, because we don't have any issue with our doctor and also our nurse LBG.
Okay. We'll take the next 1 finger, is extra Nagia. And then, sorry, excuse me. First it was 1 finger from Copenhagen, and then extra Nagia.
Babak from Copenhagen. If the monitored LBG is not satisfied with the doctor, will there be any formal procedure to bring up that complaint?
This is a very good question. This is one of the, I see it as an advantage of this method, because changing a doctor is much easier procedure than changing a whole LBG, so finding a nurse LBG. So basically, what we are trying to do, we are working on in the membership team. We are working on a reporting system for the doctor itself, and evaluation system for the LBG under nursing process. That way we can continuously see how the communication is going, and if necessary to make the proper steps to change the doctor, because that's much easier than finding a new nurse, basically.
Okay. Then the next question is extra Nagia, and then it will be LBG Uppsala.
Extra Naya, thank you, Vitka, for the presentation. I would like to ask if it is in doctor's duty, the active role that the nursing LBG will have with the LBG that is going to be nursed, or it is standardized from the beginning, the profile of the nursing LBG. I mean,
can you rephrase the question? I didn't.
I mean, the nursing LBG, they will transmit some of their responsibilities to the doctor. But I'm asking if it is in the doctor's duty to, let's say, organize or to organize how active role will have the nursing LBG in interaction with an LBG that is going to be under-nursed.
I'm still quite not sure if I understood, but okay, I will try to answer. So you are asking, like, what's the role of the doctor in coordinating the communication between nurses and nurses, let's say?
Yeah, if it is in his duty.
Yes, that's one of the main duties of a doctor, actually. And the doctor should be the one who investigates if there are some, if the nurse LBGs, for example, organizing events, arranging cooperation in events, in projects, and how the sharing is going to be, if they're going to use mailing lists together, and so on and so on. Basically, the doctor's responsibility is to set up the whole working method of the whole relationship that I showed.
Okay. Next question is from LBG Uppsala, and then we have Rome TV.
Fergus from LBG Uppsala. I would like to discuss about therefore we propose section of the proposal. And maybe you can go back to the relevant part of the presentation as well.
Maybe I can. This?
Before? No, sorry, after.
Okay. You'll stop.
Okay.
Okay.
So we're changing from nurse to doctor, from a group of people to a single person. However, the formulation is staying the same. A doctor helps to reactivate activity, recruit new members, to assure continuity and provide general support. Don't you think that the formulation should be made consistent with a different role? Because I see it hard that a person can help an LBG to recruit new members. Maybe the formulation should be changed to help the supported LBG to develop a sustainable HR strategy.
About the formulation, like, I don't know if it's like right or wrong. To me, it sounded quite okay. But if you think it should be reformulated, I would suggest you to make an amendment about it. That would be cool.
Okay, good. We have now a question from Rome TV, and then it will be a question from Isparta.
Hi, Emanuele, Rome Tor Vergata. First of all, I would like to say that I think this could solve a lot of problems with the nursing system. But still, I have one question. About the fact that we said that it was hard to find for the nurse LBG to be objective during presentation in plenary. I would like to ask you how you think that a doctor, after spending a lot of time with the LBG that is being nursed, could be still objective.
Well, this is hard to answer because it depends on the personality of the doctor itself. However, I think that somebody that represents the body of best is always has the responsibility to be more objective than somebody that represents LBG, because, like, you know that LBG, like being an LBG member is something completely different than being an international body member, and I know that in the membership team they will work on the educating doctor how to assess things objectively, and that is one of the things that we were doing this year that Milica will also present about health indicators and assessing the state of an LBG objectively.
Okay, we have 2 fingers from LBG Madrid and then from membership team.
Hi, I'm Glenn from LBG Madrid, and I'm currently doctor in LBG Gothenburg. And I want to mention that if someone got demotivated and felt like they would rather, you know, to put it simply, lie to facilitate like a change of membership, I think that person could also simply, if they are tired or demotivated, they could simply say that they want to like pass the LBG on to another doctor, which we said is an easier transition. So if done correctly and doctors are truly objective, even if it's the worst case scenario to like leave an LBG, that would ensure that LBGs still are under monitoring until they are, you know, healthy.
Okay, membership team, they had 2 fingers.
Hello, Milica from membership. I just want to add on this that except on working on educating doctors, we are also working very hard on creating the reporting culture. And with reporting culture developed inside of membership team, I think it would be much harder for one person to be too biased about what they will say or state in front of whole plenary when they have like a whole reporting system behind of them shared with the whole team. So I think that is a part as well. Thank you.
Okay, we still have 3 1 fingers. They're coming from LBG's Isparta, yeah, it's okay. Okay, membership card, so Izmir card. Then we only have one from Isparta.
Hello again, Ur from Sparta. And actually, I want to ask this question to membership team. The doctors and the membership teams are supporting to choosing doctors inside of the nursing LBG. Are they supporting this or not? Have you ever discussed about it?
Can you repeat the question? I don't think Milica understood. Did you? Okay.
Can you maybe repeat the question? So, because there may be more people in the plenary that did not understand the question.
Okay. Actually, I just want to ask that the doctors inside the membership team, or have you ever discussed about the choosing doctors inside of the nursing LBG?
Thing is that during last year, how we, let's say, had our doctors was by recruiting them with open call on LBGZ, which means that all people who were interested in being a doctor for some LBG, they were, let's say, get selected for membership team, and afterwards they got their nursing LBGs. There are some examples where you had actually doctors from the same LBGs as nursing ones, but I mean, we can still evaluate how good it was.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. This was the last question that we had. If there are no more questions or statements, I would like to thank Ibec. Okay, there will be now an announcement on discussion group and training session. So Nuno, can you come to the middle?
Thanks. Okay, so I'm basically going to ask to the facilitators of the discussion groups and also the trainers to come to the middle and to explain a bit of what is going to happen in each session. Okay, I guess everyone is here, so I think we can start from one side. Martin, go ahead. Okay. Okay, so sorry guys. Okay, so basically I'm gonna ask for Zurita come to this side. Like to this side will come the names, the persons I will tell you. Zurita, Marina. Okay, so Ace, Fergus as well. 9, 5, 6. Statis is to that side as well. Guys, please just make a small space. Sorry for the logisticals. And what else? So Kata also to that side. Metin. And what else is missing? Yeah, I think that's it. So basically, the persons on... actually, I will just ask for the trainers to be in the middle. It's another different thing, so sorry. So basically, the persons on this side will take care of the discussion groups in the morning. The trainers will take care of the trainings itself. And on this side will be the persons that are facilitating the discussion groups in the afternoon, to make it a bit more clear. So let's start by the morning. Please state like what's the name of the discussion group and explain us a bit what will happen.
Okay. I am Stathis from membership. I will be facilitating the discussion group on when should an LBG ask to be monitored. There is a common misconception about monitoring. Some people think it's like a punishment or just a burden. But the thing is that because of this, LBGs that need help end up getting it too late. So, for example, they already mess up something, they get suspended. And, I mean, monitoring is there to prevent suspension. So, what we are going to discuss is when and why should an LBG ask itself to become monitored. We will see some indicators showing when this thing should happen, some pros and cons, and how LBGs can actually overcome their difficulties before these difficulties overcome them.
Okay. Can you try to be more brief on your descriptions, please?
Hello, I will facilitate this discussion group about besties on courses. We have a lot of knowledge about participants in general, but we are lacking a lot about co-organizers, guests, and besties in general. So during autumn regional meetings and a month ago, we gathered input, and now we would like to discuss the outcomes with you to see what steps to take next.
Hi, so I will be facilitating a discussion group with the name Working Methods and Finances, How to Improve NRRs. The discussion group will be divided into the two parts. First, we will talk about problems, with which are the core teams of NRRs together with organizing LBG facing in according to like finances and working methods, and after that we will try to find some solutions for that.
Hello, I'm Metin Oktay from LBG Ankara, and I'm going to facilitate the approach of the LBGs to VIP and improvement points. Currently, we have VIP for several years, but it's not functioning well. The proposals always passes. It seems like LBGs doesn't care so much about it, and all the discussions on the proposals or any other discussions doesn't get so much comments and so much input. So we will look for how to make it more functional and improvement points.
Okay, hello. Hello, Dragana from Educo. I will be facilitating the discussion group with the name Your LBG Can Do What Educo Does, and we'll be talking about how an LBG can take an active role in changing their university, improving education, while in the process improving also university relations.
Hello, my name is Marina, I'm from Tigro, and I will be facilitating a discussion group called How to Organize Local Training Events. And I would like to encourage all of you who organize the local training event or who want to organize one to come to the discussion group, because we are going to talk about what is the best way on how to do it, and actually we really want to hear what were the problems that you encountered when organizing local training events. So if you want to complain about not having trainers or something similar, join this discussion group and we will try to make sure that the next year we don't do the same mistakes. Okay? Thank you. And with this, we finish the first block of the discussion group. In parallel with the discussion group, we are also going to have 3 training sessions. Discussion groups will last 1 hour and a half, and the training session will last 3 hours 45 minutes. Therefore, you should assign for 2 discussion groups, and if you're going to a training session, then only just 1 training session. The training session that we are going to have will be presented by the trainers who are going to deliver. But is it clear? So either you go to 2 discussion groups or to 1 training session. Cool.
Hi, I'm Fergus from LBG Uppsala. I will be delivering the session on motivation. In particular, not motivation of oneself, but motivation of others. The session will contain elements of motivation theory, how to link motivation with delegation, and if we will have time, also we will give some insight on how to apply game techniques and game design elements for solving our business challenges in Best.
Hello, I am Mace from Tigro, and we're going to have leadership together. We're going to focus mostly on leadership styles and how to use them in your LPG.
Hello, I'm Maren from the Submarine, and together with Joanna from the Submarine. Is it not clear? You want to?
Okay, Ace, can you?
We're going to have a session on leadership, and we're going to focus mostly on leadership styles and how you could use them in your LBG.
Okay, so I'll try again. My name is Marin, I'm from the Submarine, and together with Joanna, also from the Submarine, I will deliver a session on change management, where we'll go through what is change, and also teach you and try to hear if you also have some techniques to manage that change.
Okay, Marin, since I think you didn't introduce yourself to the plenary, we have a question for you. Caravel or aviators?
I choose the Submarine.
Okay, that's lame. It's okay, we will make it easier for you. Boats or planes?
Spaceships.
Okay, let's make it easier. Taco or feas?
Both.
Come on. Okay,
Do you have
1, 2,
another
3.
one?
Okay, so the afternoon, I'm going to be facilitating third topic on Ibec. We're going to try to understand if LPGs wants to make one, and actually what will be the purpose of it, the topic, and so on.
Okay, so also in the afternoon there's going to be a panel discussion about ER and UR, so external relations and university relations, and also all the NGOs will be present there, so you will hear quite a lot about also how they do ER and UR.
Hello, everyone. I'm here speaking in name of Angelina. She's upstairs. She will facilitate a discussion group called Shall We Regulate Interval of Hosting Internal Event? So basically, since we are facing the difficulties to find LBGs who will host internal events, and we are highly depending as organization on our internal events, we want to have a discussion. Should we somehow regulate this, and will that help to us to thrive? So.
I'm Constanza from FinTeam. I will be facilitating a panel discussion on fundraising, topics on fundraising, how to motivate people to call, how to create proposals, how to fundraise for internal events and make annual partnerships and things like that.
Hello, I'm Surita, and in name of EEC, I will also facilitate under the fancy name of Perceived Relevance of Social and Academic Components of a Course, a panel discussion in which we try to discuss a bit of what's the balance between the social party part and the academical content part of a course.
Okay, so basically those were the topics. Just to make a sum up, either you choose a training and the flip charts are on that side, on that wall, or you have to choose 2 discussion groups, and then you have to choose a discussion group from the right side of the door and one from the left side of the door. Remember the faces of the persons attending here, because even if you don't remember that much about the topic, you should, and you can always approach them in order to understand what will happen better and to make a wiser choice. Thank you. The deadline will be tomorrow after coffee break, so you have to sign up till then. The only detail that it's still missing from the flip charts are the rooms where it will happen, but we'll announce that later on, since these sessions will happen on the 4th working day of the plenary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, these people from discussion groups, trainers, and Nuno. 1, 2, 3. Do you need announcements? Okay, now, before closing the plenary and going for the international rally, we will have some announcement time from Tok.
Hello. Okay, some quick announcements. Okay, we have one announcement from Emre, from the board. Can we get a microphone, organizers?
And please remain silent.
Hello. As you might know, there was a mail sent about the LBG debts towards the common account. So Akın and Patricia, can you stand up? So some of you already said that you will make the payments during the GA as cash. So you can find Akın or Patricia. Patricia, I think she's in the international rally now. You can approach these people and you can give them the money. Is it clear?
I believe there were different people standing up. Akin is there, and Patricia is there. Okay.
On behalf of EEC, but since they're preparing the international rally, I will be doing it. You received a coffee break survey. Can you
So we ensured our proper usage of working methods, which means task manager, Google Drive, etc. So we have a really concrete system for that right now. And we try to optimize our working methods. So in order to do that, we split our projects like grant applications, grant reports, foundation database, web grant application, etc. So we created and modified some documents and some support for the coordinators and the members. And we implemented transition plan. So we will be a department in the beginning of the next best year. So, and this proposal was voted on PM Flanders actually. What else? We tried to improve cooperation between international bodies and LBGs. So we designed a supporting strategy for LBGs in order to do that. So right now, you all will be able to send your applications or questions, etc., directly to us, and we are having some feedback rounds or input rounds into the team, and yeah. Also, we worked on external communication. We designed and implemented a strategy to establish relations with funders. In order to do that, we tried to attend meetings, seminars that grant providers are organizing. And during these events, for example, I attended a meeting of European Youth Foundation in Strasbourg. We had some representative from IG, for example, and it was really good. So for our stakeholders, in order to satisfy them, we assessed and communicated the needs of foundations, and we had some meetings with them. So at the beginning of this year, for example, I had a meeting in Brussels with European Employment and Social Affairs thingy, let's see. And we explained everything that we are doing for career support, and we try to investigate the ways that we can have support from them. And our current support is just like this. So this is best, and we shot Erasmus Plus 2 years ago. And this is our second year. And we have a framework partnership agreement for 3 years. But if we, even we have 3 years partnership agreement, we should have renewal applications and final reports every year. So we have 43,953 euros, and this is our second year, and we will have one more year, like next year. So what is next? As I mentioned, every year we should send a final report and renewal application. So during this summer period, after GA, there will be an open project for final report of framework partnership agreement of Erasmus+. So we will create a working team, writing team, and you will also be able to join them. So this is coming. And last but not least, I really want to thank our active members, LBG Almada, for hosting Grand Sim that we defined our goals for the whole year. And LBG Novi Sad, which is organizing a grants short intensive training, which will happen next month or something. And Ana Rosa is my previous coordinator, and Emre Yazılkaya for sure as treasurer. And Olav, but yeah, I wasn't expecting Olav here. Okay, so questions?
Are there any questions for Grants Working Group? We have one finger from LBG Belgrade. And then the next finger will be from Brussels ULB.
Miloš from Belgrade. Is it okay if it's a statement?
Yes, of course.
I think it's really great what you're doing, and we should all help. And especially what you said, that we need to have a report at the end. I would like everybody to understand that if your LBG is hosting one of these events, your report needs to be as extensive as it can be, so that the ending report can be as good as possible so that we can get the grant again. So please know this when you're hosting, that you really need to have a good budget and everything. This is very, very important for all of us in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, LBG Belgrade, and thank you for making use of the statements. We have one finger from Brussels ULB.
Hey, Bob from Brussels ULB. For the grant Erasmus Plus, can any LBG apply for it? How does it work? I don't understand. Could we, like, each LBG apply for a grant like of this type?
Thank you for your question. So we have a framework partnership agreement. So how can I say? For Erasmus Plus, there are different kinds of key actions, and you can apply for your events, your projects, according to your specifications or your priorities. And as long as your priorities are matching with grant providers' requirements, it's okay. You can apply and you can get some money. But the thing is that if you have double funding with this grant and another grant, you should arrange the bills and paperwork. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other questions or statements? Okay, there's another question from Brussels ULB.
Bob from Brussels ULB again. Isn't it a good idea, or would it take too much time to just apply for the grants for each LBG all the time? I mean, just automatically apply for those grants. Ask for. We have to have a project behind that. We cannot just ask. We're a LBG and we would like a grant to maybe do something. We have to have a solid project behind that.
Yes. Before applying for a grant, you should have some concrete goals. I don't know, the working methods, expected outcomes, etc., etc. So you cannot apply for, like, I maybe can apply. I maybe can organize an event. You cannot say it for a grant provider. Probably they will not support. Everything should be specified.
We have one question from Extra Ola and then from LBG Podgorica. Can I get the second microphone to go to LBG Podgorica?
Extra Ola. Since the cooperation ends up in 2017, do you already know right now in advance what will happen in the following years? Will there be any other program we can apply for?
Thank you
and
for.
Until which year?
Okay. Okay. Right now we have no idea because they didn't publish anything. But probably next year they will publish it 1 year in advance, let's say. And the duration, the requirements, everything can be changed. Even if we have 3 years partnership agreement, every year they are changing their priorities, for example. So we don't know right now, but probably they will publish it for at least 3 years. And we will apply again, for sure.
Okay, thank you for your question. Now we go for LBG Podgorica and then LBG Erlangen. Can I get the other microphone to LBG Erlangen?
Stanko from Podgorica. Do we have some agreement with European Youth Foundation, something like Erasmus+?
Thank you for your question. I mean, let me clarify. If we have any grant agreement with European Youth Foundation, right now. So right now we don't have any, but we tried twice or third time, two or three times, let's say, but we couldn't get it during our history, let's say. But it's highly possible to apply for their grants, but our priorities are not that fitting with European Youth Foundation since we are a non-political organization and we are not advocating anything. So it's a bit tricky for us to apply for European grants for that.
Okay, we're going, okay, Erlangen Cat. Then if there are no more questions or statement, I think that the grants working group is doing a great job and actually providing a huge amount of money for this organization, so they deserve a huge round of applause. Okay. Perfect. Cute. Before we go for the next presentation, I would like one microphone to go to the submarine. We have two new guests that did not introduce themselves. Can I do this?
I don't find it funny. I don't know. That's only option.
Hi, I'm Oscar from the submarine.
Okay. So the question is, do you prefer the Caravel or the Aviators?
Tough question. And I can't actually answer it now, but I'm waiting proposals. I want to talk with each of you, see what happens. I'm from Romania, so, you know, the votes can be bought.
Okay, we can. Since you didn't answer the question, I will have another question. No, for Oscar. So Paco or Orfeas?
Paco or Orfeas. Again, I'm not able to respond to this one. But based solely on the hat, I'd say Paco. You rock that hat, man.
Okay. Yona?
Go easy on me, please.
No.
Same question.
State your name, LBG, and same question.
Hi, I'm Joanna from the submarine. And the same questions?
Yes.
Or between Paco and Orfeas?
Paco and Orfeas. Yeah, right now we have a tie between Paco and Orfeas, so you need to break it.
It's not a tie, it's only one vote from Oscar for Paco.
But
and
it's
then
day 2 of the plenary already. So.
Can I split my vote?
No. You're secretary, you know how it works.
Then I will vote blank.
Okay. I will propose that the plenary state whether they accept her answer or you do not. Okay. Democracy voted. Paco or Orfeas? Okay, let's make it easier. Talk or me?
Can we have a short talk in the break, please?
We shall. Room 438.
Good.
1, 2, 3. Perfect. We will go now for the next presentation on JBTs by Marina from Tigro.
Hello, everyone. As you already know, I'm Marina from Tigro, and in this presentation, I would like to remind you about this very special event that we call Joint Board Training, aka JBTs. So before we start, I would like to ask everyone who attended the JBT to stand up. All of you in this plenary who attended the JBT, stand up. Okay. Thank you. I would now ask those of you who didn't have fun on the JBT to sit down. Who didn't have fun on JBT? To sit down. Those of you who think that they didn't learn anything, sit down. Okay. Those of you who would not like to go again for a JBT, to sit down. Submarine. Okay, thank you. Now you may all sit down. This was just a short experiment to actually show you what is the importance of this very short and small event. So, why do we actually have JBTs? JBTs are events that were established a couple of years ago, let's say 4 or 5 years ago, And the main purpose is actually to fulfill the first point of training strategy, which is to ensure that leaders of BEST are trained properly. Since we have 96 groups, maybe after this GA a bit less, and a limited amount of resources, we actually realized that joint events are actually the best thing we can do in order to achieve this goal of training strategy. Therefore, we started doing JBTs. Why should you go to a JBT? First of all, as already said, not all of you have the possibility to have your local board training. Not all of you have active trainers inside of your LBG, nor enough resources to organize training events. Like this, 8 LBGs has the chance to go to one training event that is for 4 days and actually there to acquire many numbers of training hours. Next to that, you're not alone on JBT. You're not alone like you're alone on your local board trainings. On JBT, you're actually there with 5, 6, 7, or 8 other boardies who are having the same problems as you are, who are in the same situation as you are, and who are going to have very similar year as you are going to have. Next to that, while going to a JBT, what you're actually doing, you're traveling together with your board to some place. You're already having a shared experience with your board. And that is one of the best ways actually to team build. Next to that, what we're trying to implement in this edition and the following editions of JBTs is actually to raise the awareness of the importance of the strategic planning. As you know, in BEST, we are following the LTSP, and we are actually striving that also our local BEST groups are using the LTSP, are doing the strategic planning according to the LTSP, and with this, to ensure that actually BEST is growing in the direction where we want it to go. And besides that, you're going to improve for sure your skills and knowledge because you're going to have quite some hours of training sessions. Who do you have usually on a JBT? Usually there are 4 till 8 boardies. You have trainers, 3 or 4, depending. You have organizers, and sometimes you have also regional advisors who are there to get to know you and also to get to know the situation inside of your LBG and to help you. What we need in order to organize JBT, we actually need hosts to do it. We need all of you to make a small effort in order to make this event happen. Us, in Tigro, we are actively developing concept of JBTs. We are trying to make it fit your needs. We are trying to have all the training sessions that are required, and plus, we are adding every additional session that you suggest. Therefore, the newer versions have lots of sharing sessions and so on. But without you and without the host, we cannot make none of this work. Therefore, what we want from you is actually to apply and host JBTs. What you need to provide is accommodation for 3 working days, food and logistics, session rooms, and some small number of social activities. It's not much for the impact that you can make, both for your LBG and for at least 7 others. So if you are interested in hosting a JBT, watch the calls that are going to be sent by your RA in a very near future. Contact them directly, or if you have any doubts, you can always contact Tigro management. So in the previous year, we had 11 out of 15 JBTs happening, and let's try to improve that number in the following year. Thank you. Do you have any questions regarding the JBT or hosting JBT?
We have one question from LBG St. Petersburg, and then the next question is from LBG Belgrade.
Ksenia, St. Petersburg. I just want to make a statement. As from the face of my board and also the LBG who are going to host the next Russian JBT, I would like to say that this event will remember for the whole, our best life and the connection which we also made with the other Russian boards. We also go through with this hard mandate with all of them, and we're also thinking about to again make a reunion with these people after finishing our mandate. So JBT is pretty cool, and if you want to make it, for sure you should make it.
Okay, thank you, LBG St. Petersburg. Belgrade cut and approves LBG St. Petersburg, and thank you for using statements. I would also like to request the other microphone carrier to take the other microphone so we can be faster. We have one question, one finger from Vesperam. Yeah.
Dinesh from Veszprém. Since we had difficulties finding JBT hosts, but it is very important, is it possible that LBGs can get local support money?
Thank you for your question. It's a very valid one. The biggest reason why LBGs are deciding not to host JBTs is actually financial reasons. There are many ways how you can solve it. One of the ways is actually to ask for the fee from the participants, and the event can be covered only by fee. The second way is actually to do it how Turkish LBGs do it. They organize it all together they have no host model. Or for example, how it's done in Romania or in Greece, where they have like this circular method of finding a host. And when it comes directly to your question, no, currently JBTs do not go under internal event support because JBTs are not counted as internal events, but only as local events.
Okay, thank you for your question, LBG Vesprem. If there are no more questions or statement, I think we also, extra Saxon? Sorry.
Extract Saxa, I have a question. Were there any cases in the past where the trainer who applied for GBT could actually change the language of the national GBT? And and thus affect the impact? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. I guess you're referring to, for example, Russian and Romanian JBTs that are happening in Russian and Romanian, yes? So I can give you a direct example. I was the coordinator of Romanian JBT. Usually Romanian JBT is usually happening in Romanian, but since there were no active Romanian trainers, I took the challenge and coordinated the event. We had 4 trainers, only one was speaking Romanian, and therefore all the sessions were in English. It was done, it was possible. For the LBGs, some of them liked it, some of them didn't like it, but it was possible and it was very good.
Okay. We have 2 fingers from Tigro.
Yeah, Ace from Tigro. Moreover to what Marina said, it's totally case specific and it depends not only to the trainers but to the participants as well. But we didn't have in mind to check the impact of such a decision yet.
Okay, thank you, Tigro.
Oh
yeah, go ahead.
How the language is actually decided, it's based on the preferences that LBG state. So usually JBTs are actually go under mutual responsibility of arrays, VPLGS and Tigro, and from the input that we receive from the arrays, it's actually the language of the event that we require. So, and if there is not enough trainers on that, who are speaking that language, then either we have it in English or we cancel it, depends from the case.
Okay. Are there any more statements or questions? If not, I think we also, from the very beginning and of this presentation, the huge impact that JBTs have in BEST and preparing the local boards of BEST. So I would like to have a huge round of applause for all the trainers community, Tigro.
Thank you.
Perfect. We will go now for the next session. We're going to go for confirmations. As we stated this morning, this is part of the selection process for the International Board of BEST. This morning, we had the round of nominations. You were asked that the people that you nominate, you can actually reach them in case they're not in this General Assembly, how the nominations, like the confirmations problem, confirmations process is going to look like. We will not be using microphones because it will take a lot of time. So the person who has to confirm can either confirm or decline or postpone. That person will stand up and will yell, decline, confirm, or postpone. Is it clear? Can I see thumbs up? Perfect. Okay, well, we're getting the Excel sheet. I would also like to remind all the people who are considering running for the board that after the confirmation round, they will have to upload their CV and motivation letter by the 4th plenary day at 11 p.m. Estonian time. And this deadline is a deadline. Okay? So please ensure that you can actually upload these documents by that time. Well, in this case, they're not uploaded. They're sent to Pavel. So please send this document by secretary@bes.eu.org by the 4th plenary day at 11 p.m. because we have to fix it with organizers to upload it to the tablets so delegates can actually check them the following day. And the templates for the CV and motivation letter are in the folder of this event on PA. Is it clear for everybody? Can I see thumbs up, thumbs down? Good. So we will go for the first position, president. As I mentioned, I will ask the person to stand up and state whether they accept the nomination, they decline it, or they postpone it. For the people that postpone it, tomorrow there will be another round of confirmations, and by then they will have to have made their decision. Perfect. We'll go for the first position, as I mentioned, president, first candidate. Let me know when you're ready to talk. It's okay? Goodie. Just to make it more interesting. Let's go for president. Adrien from LBG Lyon. Good, nice starter. Let's go for Clemente from the Caravel.
I postpone.
Mert from LBG Tallinn. Who proposed him? Could you check with Mert if he wants to confirm or decline or postpone? What did he reply? Organizing this event. Okay, we will postpone him for now, but make sure that you can actually reach him, okay? Okay, Alexias Lefbub from LBG Thessaloniki. Okay, she postponed. Florian from LBG Gothenburg. Oh. Simone Certino from LBG Turin. Okay. Sultan's mother. Also, don't forget that 1st of May is Mother's Day. So do call your mothers. Ramazan from Grants Working Group. Kilian from LBG Las Palmas. Oh. Okay. Talk.
I postpone.
Dobromir from LBG Skopje. Ace from LBG Thessaloniki. Peter from LBG Trondheim. Okay. Amadeo from LBG Turin. Porco Gatto from LBG Roma. Okay. Could you go like a few more so I can actually see that? Okay, perfect. Piotr from LBG Warsaw. Okay. Jason from LBG Liège. Okay. Emre from the Caravel.
I postpone.
Okay. Jakub from LBG Warsaw. Okay. Fergus from LBG Uppsala. And Frank Underwood from LBG Washington. Amato? Okay. He's busy now. Okay. Perfect. So congratulations on the people who are deciding to run. And for the people who postpone, make sure that you can actually reach them by tomorrow. We'll go now for the treasurer. First person, Ramazan from Grand Circle Group. Okay. Naya from LBG Athens. Okay. Dora from LBG Budapest. Okay, so she postponed. Mateusz from LBG Gdansk. Okay. Natasha from LBG Skopje. Just a cup fell, don't worry. Okay, coming back. Dobromir from LBG Skopje. Okay, all Greek LBGs. All Malakias. Emre from the Caravel.
I postpone.
Okay, the next 15 coordinator, as far as I know, there is not going to be 15 because there will be a department. Okay, Patricia Daconu from the Aviators.
He postpones.
Okay. Olaf from the Submarine. Oh. And Oljay from LBG Istanbul. Oh. Okay, so we have one person running so far. Please do make check that you can actually get a confirmation by tomorrow. And congratulations, Naya, on running. Good. Let's go for the next position, the secretary. The first person we have is Dennis from Knowledge Management. Okay. Pavel Schutz from the Caravel.
I postpone.
Okay, the chicken from Pavel's head.
I didn't nominate it. Yeah,
Okay.
but postpones as well.
Okay. Henrik from the Arrays. Okay. Fiona from LBG Graz. Okay. Xenia from LBG St. Petersburg. Veronica from LBG Chisinau. Okay. Jacob from LBG Warsaw. Okay. Violeta from LBG Valladolid. Okay. Monica from LBG Wrocław. Okay. Esra from LBG Istanbul Yildiz. Jacobo from LBG Madrid. Okay. Milia from LBG Belgrade. Okay. And Julia from LBG Lviv. Okay, so we have two people who are running for the secretary position. Congratulations on running. Okay, we will go now for the vice presidents. The first one is the VP for HR, Ugur from LBG Isparta. Dilvin from LBG Erlangen. Tibor from LBG Budapest. Okay. Please do stand up and please do yell. Ezra from LBG Istanbul Yildiz. Miguel from LBG Lisbon. Karima from LBG Rome TV. Milica from membership team. Paco from the Caravel.
I recline.
Okay. Boromir from LBG Skopje. Okay. Orpheas from Thessaloniki.
I postpone.
And Orpheas' mother from LBG Thessaloniki.
She told me it's the best birthday gift she could ever get, but she postpones.
Okay. Evi from LBG Thessaloniki. Maya from LBG Gdansk. Michelle from LBG Kuch. Javi Eastside from LBG Javi declines. Declines. Fergus from LBG Uppsala. Good. Gabriel from LBG Rome. Maike from Bonding. Saxa from LBG Moscow. Oscar from the Submarine. Good, that's the spirit. Jorn, LBG Brussels. Pierre from LBG Lyon. Anka from the Dolphins.
She resigns.
Ramsey Bolton. Okay, guys, this is a very serious moment. There are people who are running to devote 1 year for this organization. Please do not take it lightly. Okay? Can we get rid of that green? Yeah, perfect. And finally, Angelina from EEC. Okay. So if there are no more, congratulations, Fergus, for running. Okay, we'll go now for Vice President for Projects. The first person is Evi from LBG Thessaloniki. Good. Emre Can from LBG Izmir. Okay. Yaya from LBG Lyon. Amato from ITC. Okay. Marcin from LBG Krakow. Mladen from LBG Belgrade. Okay. Dragos from LBG Brasov. Okay. Violeta Gomez from LBG Valladolid. Who proposed her? She postpones, okay. Angelina from EEC. The dark side of the LBG force. Okay. Paco from the Caravel.
Yeah, orderly run together with Jacobo, so I decline. Oh.
It was declined.
Decline.
Okay, Paco or Orfeas.
We decline.
Good. The West Turking bet of Javi from LVG. Javi declines. Still busy twerking. Mateusz from LVG Gdansk. Okay. Andrea from LVG Budapest. Andrea, sorry. Okay. Please remember to stand up. Thank you. Dobromir from LVG Skopje. Okay. And Nuno from Competitions Working Group. Okay. So can you go up? It was, yeah. So I think congratulations, Evi, for running for VP for projects. Good. We're going now for the next position. Is the Vice President for Services, Ilul from Marketing. Okay. Florian from LBG Gothenburg. Okay. Xaxa from LBG Moscow. Okay. Clemens Fingers. Finger. No. Okay. Just the pinky. Ulash from Educo. Nuno from Competitions Working Group. Okay. Vlad from LVG CP. Okay. Adrian from LVG Lyon. Extra Zurita. Okay, Mariana from the Caravel.
I resign. Oh, I decline.
Patri from LBG Luguice. Okay, Patricia. Misha from Design. Okay. Extra Francesca. Pacobo from LBG McDonald's.
I'm too fat for this shit.
Okay.
I decline.
Yes, remember that this event is being live streamed, so this is actually the image that we're giving of our organization. Dobromir from LBG Skopje. Angelina from EEC. Okay. Ulas from Competitions Working Group. Okay. Ezra from LBG Gildis. Uyan from the Submarine.
He postpones.
Okay. Pedro Cardoso from LBG Lisbon. Good. Can you go up? So congratulations to Rita on running. Okay. Can you make it a bit bigger? Thank you. Okay. Let's go for the final position of the board, the Vice President for Local Group Support. Esra from LBG. Oh, wait, sorry. Okay, my apologies. Julia from LBG Lviv. Okay, Krakow from LBD Gdansk. Okay. Okay. Exa Adrien from LBD Lyon. Henrik from the Arrays. Milica from membership team. Ania from LBG Ljubljana. Postponed. Ezra from LBG Gildis. Okay. Sofia from LBG Hania. Okay. Dobromir from LBG Skopje. Constanza from LBG Lisbon. Sylvia from the Arrays. Okay, LBG Faro. Okay. Okay. Let's decline it and go for Ulas from Competitions Working Group. Fergus from LBG Uppsala. Vades from the Arrays. Ace from LBG Thessaloniki. Mariana Swimming Hat. Okay. Chris from LBG Sofia. Pedro from EEC. Bonnie from LBG Porto. Lars from LBG Ghent. Ramathan from Grants Working Group. Okay. Nicola from the arrays. Okay. 3 times. Francesca from Rome TV. Anakin from LBG Tatooine. Okay. Vitka from the Caravel.
I decline.
Ramsey from LBG Insta. Raxmi. Okay. Raxmi. Saxa from LBG Moscow. And Alvarez from LBG Kaunas. Okay, can you go up? So we have 2 people running for this position. Congratulations to both of them and good luck. Okay, so this ends this first round of confirmations. Just as a recap, tomorrow we will have another round of nominations in the morning. It will be shorter than today's. And in the evening, we'll have another round of confirmations. Remember that for those people who are running for the board, you have to upload your CV and you have to send to secretary@bes.eu.org your CV and motivation letter by the 4th plenary day at 11 p.m. so we can upload it to the system and delegates can download it. And you can find the templates in the event folder of this GA in PA. Okay? So finally, congratulations to all the people who had the courage to run for the board, and good luck to all of you. Perfect. We'll go now for committees commissions. But before, since this is actually going to be the last session of today, we will have first some announcements.